Okay, great. So I will hand this back. I will come back and give this to you again at 1:15. Okay? And then I don't need it again until 5:15.
Okay.
Yeah, so you can charge it and do what you need to do. Thank you very much. We're looking for Ingrid.
No, it's okay. I just wanted to say hello. I'm from the mission of Ecuador.
Oh, really? Thank you so much for traveling so far.
No, my ministry is here. So I am here.
Right, okay. You definitely need to see Ingrid.
Yeah, I just wanted to say hello, but it's okay.
Now hold on, I'm registered blind, so that's very interesting for me to see. But she's certainly around here somewhere.
Okay.
So where are you sitting? Veronica. Okay, no
Thank
problem.
you.
I'll do that.
Hello.
Hi.
Yes, hello. How are you?
Great to meet you.
I thought we saw each other in the lift this morning. Oh, yes, orange line right here. Hello. How are you? Good to meet you. Hi. From Turkey.
And the Turkey people is the first to meet, and is to give the gift. This is the best smelling the colonia. And every businessman, businesswoman is in the working is there now. Feel the bag and is the smelling very good. Say. This is the lavanta colonia. It's very perfect.
This is like, why am I getting this?
He's wearing just Shima, Wilfred, and Corey.
Okay,
Just
yes,
this.
please.
For three great people.
That is just like the nicest present. Oh, look at all the love hearts. I'm a big heart person.
Just I told.
Oh, it's lavender.
This is
Yes.
best.
I have really bad problems sleeping.
Really?
And lavender is really good. I can't sleep. I find very difficult to sleep. So this is so important for me. I love
This is
lavender.
very, very special smelling.
Thank you.
Not every other. You will love. You will love. Super. This is the perfect.
But I didn't sleep last night either, you know. I just can't sleep.
My wife, long years ago, first met. My first gift. This is the lavanta.
I love that. Can I put some
You can
in
use, yes.
I love this
You will
smell.
love.
I love this smell. Thank you. That's really kind. Oh, I think you said that in a nice way. Thank you. Very thoughtful of you.
Yes, you can use the everywhere in the Turkey.
Very kind. There's not enough kindness in the world at the moment, so that's
Yeah.
really kind of you.
You can start to very perfect now.
I will. Yeah, I really will. Thank you. Can I leave this with you so nobody
Yeah,
takes
yeah,
it? Because I don't want anybody taking this.
Okay.
Don't let me go because it's for me.
Okay, I will keep it for
Yeah, but it's just because I have to go up and do the stage stuff. But
Okay,
yeah.
you can take it.
And your names again?
Hasibe Kızıltaş.
I can't see so well. I'm blind. Hasibe?
Hasibe Kızıltaş, Mehmet Kızıltaş.
My general
Mehmet.
manager, I am the founder.
Mehmet and
This
Hasibe.
is the CEO.
Hasibe.
You're the CEO.
Yeah, CEO.
Oh my gosh! All right, guys. Well, I will say hello to the CEO. You two are the workers.
Hello diyebilirsin.
Hello there.
Hello. Hello, he says.
I like your glasses. They're very
Gözlüklerin
cool.
çok güzel. Spider.
Gördüğün çok güzel.
Yeah, I like your
Gördüğünü
glasses.
seviliyor.
Yeah, I think you and I might have the same.
Yeah.
Yeah, very cool. Well, I will see you later. So please
Okay.
look out for me, and I'll come back. And thank you. Thank you very, very much.
The micro.
I have my microphone.
Yeah, actually, we ran a little bit late. It's supposed to be at 4:15. No. As soon as the ministry is in the house.
So this is our Minister for Social and
Yeah, Mr. Stoger is
Stoger. How do I say that? Alois Stoger?
Alois.
Alois Stoger. I could just say Mr. Stoger. Mr. Stoger. Is it because we're waiting? Okay, okay. Am I on? Am I on? Good afternoon, everyone. It's okay, you can still talk. Just want to let you know that we're going to start in the next 5 to 10 minutes. We're just waiting for the last 1 or 2 people to come in. So just talk away amongst yourselves, but we'll be starting in the latest 10 minutes. And for those of you outside, please come in and take your chairs, or I will go pull you in. Okay.
With the girls? Yeah?
Okay, we're ready to go then.
Bin ich gespannt. Okay, dann fangen wir an. Wir kennen sie, ja. Okay.
The minister, Minister Stoger, and everybody.
Yeah?
Martin is then she's talking on stage.
Yes.
The others so far.
No.
So we're going to finish them,
Yeah.
and then we'll get them to come off, and then we'll invite the other three on.
Okay. As long as everybody's in the picture, I'm also fine.
We're all in the picture.
Okay.
We're all pictured.
Then I don't want to change that.
Okay. Sie soll gleich reinkommen, dann geben wir sie auch gleich auf. So, Mr. Essl and Mr. Axel is here. Do you want to ask them on the procedure?
Yeah, you're going to ask them.
Yeah.
How's it going?
Yeah.
We're all back. And
And I put Miss Bas on the lift in between. Yeah. Okay. Okay.
do you want me to start? Shall I just tell people to take their seats? I tell people to take their seats, and I'll start in a minute.
Sag Sie Bescheid, dass Sie anfangen. Ja.
Good afternoon, everybody. It looks like we're just about ready to begin, so can I ask you all to take your seats, and we're going to start in the next minute. So all of you chatting down the back, grab yourselves a seat. Do you want to go on the stage now?
Thank you.
After, so you're going to do 5 minutes each, and then you come back down.
So I take my thing, or no, I leave it up there. No, because I will do it from the seat this time.
Yeah, okay.
I take this
Yeah.
with me.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's
Good.
no problem.
Okay.
You happy to do that?
Yeah, no problem.
Okay.
You start and say some words, and after that we show the video.
No, you're going to show the video now.
Now.
First video, and then I go in to speak again, okay? So video should be queued now in the next 30 seconds. We're ready to go. Yeah? Everybody's on the brilliant, so I don't have to wait.
Mr. Essl.
Is Julian Hatz chief? Julian? Would you like to sit up on the podium so you can just be there, so you don't have to walk up in the middle of it all?
Yeah? Can I bring you?
Wonderful.
Zero Project for a world without barriers. The Zero Project has a single, very clear, very simple mission. We work for a world without barriers, according to the principles and articles of the UN Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities. We advance our mission by researching and presenting innovative practices and policies from around the world that help to improve the lives of persons with disabilities. We also research social indicators that measure both the implementation of the Convention and the current situation in countries worldwide. Our expertise lies in the huge international network of experts with and without disabilities who contribute to our research and work. These now number more than 3,000 from over 180 countries. The network continues to grow daily. We present our results and findings both in reports and at the annual Zero Project Conference. Each year, the conference brings together over 500 participants from around the globe at the UN in Vienna. In addition to representatives from the selected innovative practices and innovative policies, participants include partner networks, other decision makers, and opinion leaders. Our topic this year is the employment of persons with disabilities. Zero Project for a world without barriers.
And so we begin. Yes, big round of applause. We begin. We begin. You are all so very, very welcome back. It's our 6th year. And look how we have grown. I often think of that very, very first Zero conference when there was just 200 of us in a beautiful room. But look what we've done together. And I think there is nothing more exciting than just seeing all the conversations, all the collaborations, all the passion and the interest. And now it has grown over these last 6 years together. So for those of you who have never been at a Zero conference, you are very welcome for your very first time. And for those of you who are coming back, oh, welcome home. Welcome back to the great conversation for the next 3 days. This is, without doubt, one of my most favorite things that I do every year. I have had the honor from the very beginning of the Zero Project Conference to be able to MC and to moderate. And I love this event. I love this event because it's not an event. It's a conversation that goes on all year round. And for those of you who don't know me, my name is Caroline Casey. I'm from Ireland. I speak rather fast, so I will try and make sure I keep it slow. But I am a social entrepreneur. I have been incredibly passionate about inclusive business and have set up many organizations and initiatives to hopefully make this a reality. So this year's theme is totally my passion. So with my over-excitement, bear with me. This is personally a very important topic to me because I was an Accenture management consultant when I finally came out of the disability closet and owned my own disability as a registered blind person. I fundamentally believe that no society will ever or can become inclusive if business is not inclusive of the 1 billion of us who happen to have a disability and our families connected so much to us. This is a really important conversation, and now never more than ever. I believe we have a zeitgeist opportunity right now in the field of disability and inclusion when the concept of otherness is really being challenged. We are all human, and human difference is what makes us so magnificent. I am wearing my greenest of green shirts today so that you can all see me and I can see myself. This is in pure respect for the Zero conference. I tried to find the greenest shirt of all. But just to let you know, I am here if there is anything that I can do to help. But please be aware there are a lot of people around with either a green scarf or the scarf that I'm wearing here today. They're wearing it way more elegant than me. Please go up and ask them for anything that you should need or want. We are here to help. And for those of you who have never been to our Zero Family Conference, let me just give you a few ground rules. The most important thing that you are going to do over the next 3 days is to have conversation. It's not even what happens in these sessions that's so important. It's the conversation that you have with somebody by a table, walking along, in a bus, whatever. And I ask you, if there is somebody standing or sitting alone, please make sure that that's what they want. And go up and offer your name if they would like to have a conversation. This is really inclusion at its best. Make sure we include everybody in this conversation together. The second rule is have fun, okay? Let's not take ourselves just too seriously. Let's take our work really seriously, but have fun. Because it's in fun and commonality that we find that magic that makes things happen. And thirdly, please walk away with at least 3 really good contacts that you think you can collaborate with or partner with. None of us can do all of this on our own. So please, all of you, at least 3. I'm sure many of you will be 30, but this is a networking event like no other. So I just want to, yes, because of clap, we're all about clapping today and all about positivity. Now, I want to, in my excitement, I just want to give you a bit of an update on what's happened here with Zero, because the guys who can read this, you're going to see some pretty amazing statistics. And for those of you like me who cannot read this, let me give you this statistics. 70 countries are represented today. 70 countries. You're amazing for going so far. 70 countries. I'm not allowed to give you the official figure of delegates in case the UN kick us out, but it's well over 500 of us. We have taken over this building in all our glory. We have 168 panelists and speakers. That is a rich, rich source of information and collaboration. We are here to really, really show that we take this seriously. See these pictures? This is some of you, and by the way, I couldn't put 168 of you all on one picture, but it shows you the breadth of diversity that we have of speakers from all different areas, different countries, different specialities, and different passions. Now, we ask you to use your social media, but please, 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 can we ensure that when somebody's speaking that we give them the attention? But do be encouraged to really, really spread the message of what's happening in this room. Because we say what happens in this room is only tiny. We want to get the whole world in this room. Because we're passionate about this. The others don't know what they're missing out on. And we've got to get them to hear it. So please be aware that you can connect through Twitter and Facebook and YouTube. It's really important we let people know what's happening. You have Wi-Fi. You don't need to have any password. It's WLAN guest. So that's all you need to know. And the hashtag, can we hashtag this? Hashtag ZeroConf17. I want this to trend. Let's make this trend. Okay, for those of you who need to know, who love technology, I'm terrified of it, but for those of you who love it, it's the Zero app. And even I can use the Zero Conference app, which is saying something. Could you all just get on there and have fun, conversation, connections, put up your profile? Let's see what scandal we can create. Now, enough from me, though I would love to talk to you all day long about how I love this topic. I am so delighted, as always, to welcome and I said to really acknowledge Martin Essl. Martin Essl is the Essl Foundation that made the Zero project and conference and all the work happen. This is a man who has led truly when running his businesses, he ensured that inclusion was central to his business success. In establishing the Zero Conference, he has enabled us to convene together. He continues to support this now more than ever. And I just really believe none of us would be here unless you have the commitment and the vision. And I really believe, for me, the dream of Martin Essl. So Martin, please.
Thank you, Caroline, for your warm welcome to all of us, and a very warm welcome to all of you. But before I give you some words personally, I would like my ambassador next to me, as she is the Hausherr, the host of all of us, to raise some words to us. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Essl. The host, if to be completely correct, is the UN. Austria is the host of the UN in Vienna, so we have to have this clarification, because it's up to the UN to give us the opportunity to have this conference here. Mr. Essl, Minister Stoger, Mrs. Bas, Mr. Hachiev, let me just start with two personal remarks. First of all, I also wanted to congratulate Mr. Essl for what he has achieved. I could be the witness for the last 4 years, and I think it's his dedication and his emotion which is the driving force behind the project and also behind the growing success of this conference. Congratulations. Thank you. Second, a small remark about the color of green. You see I also have the Green Zero Project color, which is very precious to me. And you also see that I had the same on the photo last year. The only difference is I'm a year older and I need glasses this time. So this is now the 6-0 project, and I welcome all of you here in the Vienna International Center. It's the 4th that takes place in these offices, and also the 4th I have the honor to attend. The Austrian Permanent Mission to the United Nations in Vienna would like to use this opportunity to extend its sincere thanks to the United Nations Office for offering these premises to the Zero Project Conference, which is not has not to be taken as given. The Zero Project and this conference have the aim to bring the provisions of the Convention of the United Nations on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities into action. This convention, although acknowledged by a majority of countries, it has been ratified by more than 160 nations so far, is still lagging behind in its implementation. Austria is known for its long-standing engagement in human rights issues, especially taking into account the rights of vulnerable groups in our society, like children, women, and of course, persons with disabilities. Consequently, Austria has not only ratified all the relevant UN conventions for the protection of and support to these groups, but is also actively advocating for their implementation. The Permanent Mission of Austria is therefore very pleased to have the opportunity to support this great initiative of the Austrian Essl Foundation, and we are especially proud that we are able to present it as an Austrian project and initiative. In support to the Zero Project, the Austrian Permanent Missions in New York and in Geneva have organized side events at the Conference of State Parties in New York and at the annual meetings of the Human Rights Council in Geneva. But human rights cannot be achieved by the UN Convention or governments alone. It needs huge efforts and an active involvement of all sectors of civil society and other important stakeholders, like the private industry, to work out viable solutions together. That's where the Zero Project comes in as a much-needed mediator and facilitator to break up silo thinking and bring together innovative people, decision makers, and opinion leaders from all parts of society, and to create an inspiring atmosphere where best practices are discussed and shared for the benefit of all of us. This year, the topic of the conference is employment, vocational education, and training, connecting this back to 2013. Like for the conferences before, the Zero Project team did a wonderful job in researching outstanding employment models that work in all parts of the world, and also in putting a special focus on the employers. The Business and Employers Day, a conference within the Zero Project conference, which just took place this morning, provided us all with opportunities for networking and an experience exchange for successful solutions. I'm very happy to learn that representatives of national and multinational organizations are also joining this conference. Attending the Zero Project Conference now for the 4th time, I'm also in a position to personally witness, as I already hinted, the growing success. While the first conference, lasting just for 1 day, saw 120 participants, this year 500 participants will participate, and the conference will last almost 3 days. Today, it has thus definitely become more than just a conference. It has become a catalyst for change, for real improvements, creating bridges and breaking down barriers to make the world a better one, with equal opportunities and free of barriers. This is the spirit that has also grown when people come here to inspire and be inspired, a spirit that is contagious. Let me point out to you that this is not just an everyday conference, because you come to this place to make the difference. Finishing, I would like again to congratulate the organizers for their excellent work in bringing the right people together here to find ways for fulfilling the promises and goals of the UN Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities. At the same time, I would like to wish you, for the sake of all of us, every success in creating a more inclusive and accessible society. With these words, I want to wish you an interesting and fruitful conference and a very successful networking. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. And Christine, you have been such a supporter of ours from the very beginning. And your wearing of green is just a mark of that. So we're twins today. But so much of the reason this conference is successful is the people around it who bring their heads and their hearts and their continuous commitment. And we wouldn't be here if it wasn't for you. So we really, really appreciate your constant turning up and supporting us. Thank you very, very much.
To contribute.
So, Mr. Essl, will you tell us what's been happening over the last year? And
Of course, Caroline. Thank you so much for your introduction and your warm welcome. In the very first beginning, let me tell you that Zero Project is not just me or my family, but it's you. It's 3,000 experts from all over the world working for a world without barriers. Thank you so much for your support of all of us. Just together we can come to our stage where we say we can abolish one barrier to the others to optimize the situation for people with disabilities. The Zero Project, as most of you already know, has a single mission, and it is to work for a world without barriers for persons with disabilities. I should like to welcome you all this morning to our 6th Zero Project Conference, the 4th one here in the United Nations headquarters in Vienna. We have with us today well over 500 participants from some 70 countries. That means from Afghanistan to Vietnam. I should in particular like to welcome some of our distinguished guests. These includes Daniela Bas from the UN DISA, Charlotte McLean from the World Bank, Stefan Trömmel from the ILO, and His Highness Prince Miret Rat Zayed Al Hussein from the Higher Council for Foreign Affairs for Persons with Disability in Jordan. Further, our special greetings to the following ministers like Alejandra Kraus-Vallée, Secretary of Labor and Social Protection from Chile, Santiago León, Minister of Industry and Productivity from Ecuador, Alois Stoger, Secretary of Labor, Social and Consumer Protection from Austria. Of course, the representatives from the European Union, like Immaculada Plasencia Portrero from the European Commission, Helga Stevens, member of the European Parliament, Belgium, Marek Plura, member of the European Parliament, Poland, and a special greeting to His Honor Justice Richard Bernstein, Supreme Court Justice for the state of Michigan in the United States. I would like to say a special welcome to all representatives of those who have received the Zero Project Awards for innovative practices and innovative policies in the past, and those who will receiving awards at this year's conference. They are 56 innovative practices and 11 innovative policies. I also should like to welcome two our colleague in spirit, like Shira and Jay Ruderman from the Ruderman Family Foundation, and representatives from Fondation ONCE, Beit Isia Shapiro, the Stiftung Drachensee, the Karuna and the Nippon Foundation, as well as the Sabanchi Foundation. And finally, and for the very first time, I should like to extend a very warm welcome to so many distinguished guests from business and the private sector, among whom are Cisco, Microsoft, Barclays, AXA, IBM, Repsol, Valeo, and from Austria, Raiffeisen, Rewe, Obi, Verbund, Brau Union, Premiquamed Group, Shire, and GlaxoSmithKline. Can we please give them all a warm welcome? Now, ladies and gentlemen, the WHO reports that out of 7.4 billion people in the world today, 1 billion have disabilities. 80% out of them in the Global South, and most of them are not employed. That is a tragedy and an enormous waste of talent. Our goal with everything that we do is supporting to change the mindset of society and to open the hearts of individuals by finding solutions and telling transformative life stories. Stories that demonstrate that everybody has the same rights and opportunities as laid down in the UN CRPD. Last year I was shocked when I learned about a little boy in Burkina Faso who broke his leg playing soccer and who is no longer able to go to school. The result is that he will never have a job and essentially his life is gone. What can we learn from this? I learned that we have to support innovators who have found solutions to include persons with disabilities so that they can have the same opportunities that all the others have. This year, for the very first time, we are revisiting a theme. We are focusing on employment and vocational education and training. We are hoping to change mindsets in society and business together so that the skills of persons with disabilities are both recognized and not allowed to go to waste. This year, we will learn from many innovators about their life stories and their innovative solutions to help people with disabilities to be included in the workforce. I should like to mention just that it means to be employed. It gives not only independence, but also the possibility of directing your own life. And besides, it is good for business because you hire people with the needed ability, and good for all, it's good for all co-workers, the whole team. Finally, I should like to say just a few words about our important new identity. I think it is incredibly important as it really tells people what and who we are all and for what we strive. Our new logo shows a seedling with 3 leaves bursting upwards and outwards, breaking the circular barrier that imprison it. We believe the new logos show the mission we all share with Zero Project. In destroying that barrier, indeed all the barriers, we are helping that seedling, persons with disabilities, to burst its bound and grow. So in closing, I should just like to say, enjoy yourself, inspire, and let yourself inspired at the Zero Project Conference 2017 here in Vienna, and then I ask you to act as a Zero Project ambassador for our common goal to abolish barriers to persons with disabilities and support employment to them. Thank you.
Thank you, Martin. Before we go on to our keynote speakers, everything about what we're doing over the next 3 days is about communicating, however you communicate. And we have tried to make it possible in every way that we can. But please come to us if there's anything that you should need. But firstly, I would like to tell you, you have a headset in front of you should you need translation. And Minister Stoger will be speaking in German, so you will be able to go to channel 3 should you require an English interpretation. I also would like to please give our warmest support and welcome to our interpretation team over here, to Hannah, to Georg, to Marietta, and to Lena, who will be doing deaf interpretation and will be working very hard for the next 3 days. So a round of applause, please, to them, because we have a lot of speakers. And this year we've brought in something a little bit different, or just to ensure that you all get the chance to talk and meet to each other. We have 2 meeting places outside in the lobby. One is downstairs, and that has an induction loop for you as well, should you require. Please use those facilities as best you can to have as many conversations as you can. Okay, we have an extraordinary 3 keynote speakers, and though I think every year they are great, for me this is a particularly fabulous year of keynote speakers. And our very first keynote speaker today is Daniela Bas, who is the Director of the Division of Social Policy and Development of the UN Department of Economics and Social Affairs. However, for all of us, she is incredibly well known, and we are very, very appreciative that she's come to join us here today. So a very, very warm round of applause to Daniela Bas.
Guten Tag. And now I switch to English. Good morning. Your Excellency, Minister Stoger, and then, of course, Mr. Essl, as well as Mr. Yüksel, and then also Mrs. Six-Hackel. Excellencies, ladies, gentlemen, friends and acquaintances. I see so many friends on this, in this room, and so since I do have the honor to lead a big division with a big portfolio, the Division for Social Policy and Development at the United Nations Department of Economic and Social Affairs based in New York. And in my portfolio, I do have a big family. I have social groups such as persons with disabilities and youth, older persons, the family, indigenous peoples. So I have the honor to lead a division that houses all these focal points for the whole United Nations system. And the mandates we have are to eradicate poverty, to promote employment and decent work, social integration and inclusion, and reduce the gap of inequalities. So we are responsible to implement the mandates of governments when it comes to the social dimension of sustainable development. Besides this, allow me also to greet and thank within the division I lead, the section that deals with disability and also serves as a secretariat to the Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities, known as a CRPD, and I have with me a colleague, Eric Tsang. Thank you very much, Eric. So he will be also supporting us all in giving answers later on if needed. I would like to bring your attention on 3 points. I would like to share with you and engage with you on three things. The first one, why? Why persons with disabilities are facing still this reality of less opportunities than persons without disabilities, and the focus is employment, so it will be on employment these days. The second thing I would like to bring your attention to and engage you with in conversations, and then hear also from the private sector and others present here today, are the costs that this implies. When persons with disabilities are hired or hire themselves, in any case, are in the labor market, and the costs when this does not happen to the community and to governments. And the third thing I would like to bring and engage with you in a conversation later on is, what can we do? Simple. What can we do? Now, I will follow the speech prepared by my staff, but allow me also sometimes to open up a parenthesis and share with you something more personal. You see, I'm wearing here today many hats. I'll try to stick to the hat of a director of a division, the one I just mentioned to you. But I'm also wearing here other hats, such as the one of being a woman, and sometimes women still face some sort of inequalities when it comes to employment. And I'm also wearing another hat, the hat of a person who herself has a disability. You see, when it comes to the United Nations is heavily promoting the facilitations of job-rich economies. We want that to happen. And we also, United Nations, are trying to promote full employment, because we know that these are key, crucial elements to development. And we need to promote social policies, in our case, that promote development, social development, that promote social justice. But we also have to consider another kind of justice, which is economic justice. And what about the environment? So if we listen to the words that were delivered recently by the newly appointed Secretary General, Mr. Guterres, in celebrating the World Day of Social Justice, he referred by saying, equitable and inclusive access to decent work and income-generating activities are central to building resilient societies. Many of the global frameworks and commitments guiding development policies today also give clear recognition of the role of employment, including the recently adopted 2030 Agenda and its 17 Sustainable Development Goals. Now, for those of you who are not familiar with the agenda, the 2030 Agenda are 17 goals that governments, 194, as many are members of the United Nations, have given themselves. By the year 2030, that's why 2030 Agenda, 17 goals have to be reached. And the beauty of this agenda is that it is universal. It applies to all countries, developed, developing, and emerging countries. And it is accountable, meaning that these 17 goals have to be reached by governments, and they are accountable to the world for achieving these 17 goals. So our role as UN, your role as private sector, or NGOs, or any other stakeholders that might be present here, even us as individuals, is to provide the necessary support to the endeavors of the United Nations. That means the endeavors of the 2030 Agenda. That means the realization of these 17 goals. That means mainstreaming disabilities in all these goals. And persons with disabilities. I've heard that today, you see, there is a goal 17, for instance, the last one, talks about partnerships. And I think this is what's happening here today. We are partnering, each of us with our different expertise. So far, I've heard, and I really appreciate it, we have to help them. And this is a wonderful way of starting a partnership. I do hope in the near future to hear we, not we, them. Who are them? So we know that persons with disabilities are less likely to be employed than their peers without disabilities, and studies have found that the employment rate of persons with disabilities to be around 20% lower in many countries. And persons with disabilities are even less likely to participate in the labor market at all. Why is this the reality? See, persons with disabilities are often discouraged from looking for a job. There is even data that shows that many people consider it unfair to give work to persons with disabilities when persons without disabilities are jobless. And trust me, I've heard that story on me too. I do recall when I was at the university in Trieste, which is not far from here, and it was built during the period of fascism, so there are many, many, many steps. And I became paraplegic due to a cancer when I was 6 years old. I survived. I wanted to study. I knew. You see, I have been so lucky. My parents empowered me. They found ways for me to go to school, to the ordinary school, because in those years in Italy, there was still the law that children with disabilities, no matter what kind of disability, mental, sensory, physical, they all went to the special school. All there, puff, a bunch. My parents, and I had a visionary, I was so blessed, a dean of the primary school, even though there were no laws in Italy yet of integrating children with disabilities in the ordinary school, but they saw that for the simple fact that I was not walking any longer, I had to go to a special school where there were children with so many different needs, also mental ones. What hope would I have had later on? So my parents fought for me, they empowered me. And then, now it's my turn, and this is me not as a director, as Daniela Bas, to empower others, to empower others. Therefore, you see, when people told me at the university, once I made it, because the university didn't want to eliminate architectural barriers because it was expensive. So you see, it is not the disability that makes a person poor. It's the environment. It is the environment. Barriers, barriers, barriers. Yes, transportation, access to places, leisure activities, all of these are barriers. But even where some of these barriers are removed, say architectural barriers, you remove steps to go to work. But then, is it always true that once I have access to a place, I can move and use what's offered within that place? Not really. So it's not just a matter of eliminating architectural barriers, allowing access in. Once you are in, you also have to be able to use what's available. Now, so it is the environment that makes people poor, not the disability. With some exceptions, of course, there are some disabilities that are particularly serious. So when people told me, well, but if you do not go to work, you will have a social pension. I won't. I don't have a disability, but if I don't work, I don't have a social pension. Now, do we understand here that we are talking to another human being? Do we realize that there are many persons with disabilities that are the only members who work in the family and they support their families? Do we ever look at that? Or we still think and look at things through the lenses of prejudice, stereotype, them and we? Now, despite these tremendous gaps and scarcity of possibilities and negative attitudes, there is promise. In the United Nations, our dialogue has shifted from the charitable cause or the medical cause to a completely different perspective. We have adopted a focus on disability inclusion, and we recognize persons with disabilities as agents of change. With the convention in force, as it was mentioned in the year 2008, the Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities, Human Rights, or rights in general, perfect. We do know, though, that rights, if they do not have strong social policy frameworks at national level in place, you need policies, social policies in place at national level, rights cannot be implemented. They stay as written laws in a book, in a shelf. So, great to have rights. Now, here today, we are to discuss ways to make these rights become a reality, action-oriented. How to implement them, what kind of policies do we need? And policies are not just made by governments. You see, I used to work as a CEO in the past in the private sector. I'm also a business and a life coach, as well as a journalist and broadcaster. I went in and out of the United Nations. My career hasn't always been in the UN. And I do know that policies are also made within the private sector by the companies themselves. And what I see happening lately is that while governments and the international world are going towards a certain direction, the private sector is slowly creating its own laws and moves in a different direction. We have to talk together. We have to create partnerships. Unity gives strength. It's a win-win situation. Now, I know I'm speaking far too long. I'll try to skip a few things, but so beyond these moral imperatives that I also mentioned, rights and laws, what are the costs? Now let's move to the second point, the costs. Available data and studies show that the cost for excluding persons with the disabilities in the labor market could be steep as high as nearly 7% of the national GDP in economic terms. For example, the World Bank, we have a colleague here from the World Bank. In one report published in 2008 shows that, for instance, in Bangladesh, the exclusion of people with disabilities from the labor market results in a total estimated loss of $891 million per year. Income losses among adult caregivers adds, because, of course, if you don't go to work, you stay at home, or in an institution, you need a caregiver. So you also have to provide to caregivers, right? How much a caregiver costs? Well, about $234 million per year, when actually this person could very well work and actually contribute to the growth of the society. In the Canadian case, the annual GDP loss was estimated between 8.8 and 7.7% in the year 2008. So what can we do? Rather than the passive provision of services and opportunities, to group or segments of the society need, the focus of our efforts must be on empowerment, given the tools, the ways, the means, the environment. And in the year 2019, the ECOSOC, I won't go into details, but it's the theme of the Economic and Social Council of Ministers of the United Nations, which then precedes the General Assembly. The theme will be empowerment, so you could start thinking about that, right? Persons with disabilities and the various social groups, once empowered through concrete actions and removal of barriers, of course, various kinds of barriers, and through creating enabling conditions to ensure equal opportunities for them to participate in a meaningful manner on equitable terms, then we have reached finally what we have in mind. Specific accessibility rights are very well championed in the United Nations and by those who come to the United Nations and work with the United Nations. What we need to achieve is the mainstreaming of disability as a natural consideration of all issues related to development, and to mainstream the disability perspective and participation of persons with disabilities in this regard, okay? So encouraging governments, civil society, the private sector, and have been initiatives that proved to be successful, and I'm really curious and ready to listen to you all. I could mention to you many countries that have already started implementing this kind of action by empowering persons with disabilities in the employment market, but I will share with you later on what you wish to. I would like to conclude by saying that yes, there is a tremendous need to change mindset of governments, mindset of societies. And when it comes to training, who are we going to train here? Persons with disabilities? Or are we trying also to train entrepreneurs, the media, policymakers? Training is needed there. Otherwise, training goes only on the side of one group, and it's unbalanced. It's really unbalanced. So I would like, on behalf of my division, the Division for Social Policy and Development of UNDASA, to extend my special appreciation to the Essl Foundation and the World Future Council for this initiative. Confucius says, and here I conclude, and apologies for those who have already heard it, but I just love it. What I see, I forget. No, I'm sorry. What I hear, I forget. What I see, I remember. What I do, I understand. So let us do what is the best in order to leave no one behind. Let's do together. Thank you.
You see, she is absolutely fantastic. Daniela, thank you so much for wearing all of your hats, for all of you for coming as a Daniela Bas. And it once again proves so much that no label should define any one of us as a human being. We are made up of so many labels and so many hats and so many parts of ourselves. And it was fantastic to meet all of you from the stage. So thank you so very much today. See, this is why Zero is great. We are delighted to have our next keynote speaker, Minister Stoger, who's the Minister for Social Affairs of Austrian Federation of Minister of Labour, Social Affairs and Consumer Protection. And we really do need to acknowledge having Minister Stoger with us today is a declaration of how seriously this Zero conference is taken within Austria, but also how seriously Austria takes the issue of inclusion and disability. And we very much appreciate his time. For those of you who would like to hear this in English, please turn on to Channel 3. Minister, you're very, very welcome, and thank you for being here.
Thank you very much, Caroline. Well, I hope that you can understand me either in German or English. Mr. Essl, thank you so much for your initiative. Thank you for this project. Thank you, Madam Ambassador. Thank you, Mr. Hatschiev. It is important for me to point out that a member of the Austrian Parliament, Mrs. Helene Jammer, is also among us. Her work in Parliament serves to support the concerns of people with disabilities. She makes sure that their concerns are being taken seriously and that they are visible. And thank you so much, Daniela Bas. I think it's so important that the United Nations recruit people who so passionately represent this institution and their missions. I'm very deeply touched by your words today. And she said, bring rights into action. Start acting. And particularly when it comes to issues such as exclusion of society not taking people seriously because they have disabilities. In that context, there is a real need for action, and I'm so happy that you have taken the time to discuss this topic here in Vienna. And this is such an international conference and discussion. People from so many different nations and cultures are gathered here, and I'm very happy that we are not only here on international ground, but in an Austrian context. People with disabilities need to be given our full attention. We have to scrutinize their living conditions, and we have to understand the value of including people with disabilities, of appreciating the value that they bring to us. It's not the disability very often that is to blame. It is the environment that disables people. I grew up in a place where 1/6 of the population had disabilities because we had a big institution, a caregiving institution for people with disabilities. And this place was very different from other places in the region because there the discussion was much more public and much more visible. There was a different mindset. And this institution, this is the Diakoniewerk in Gallneukirchen, was a central element of this place, and it enriched the entire community, which is something I'm so grateful for. And because I have made the experience that this is an enrichment for everyone, for the entire society, an intellectual enrichment. And this is why it is so important that we have to all to contribute to eliminating barriers, also in education. Thank you for saying who has to be educated there, because you can look at it from the other side. We also have to educate people to teach them to perceive the different needs of people, to learn tolerance and to see opportunities. As the Minister of Labour, I'm often called upon to integrate people in the world of work. People who have special needs or disabilities, and they are to be integrated in the world of work. And even if you make great efforts, there is still great room for improvement. Such a lot needs to be done. Thank you so much for your initiative. It is so important to open a dialogue and to eliminate the barriers, particularly the barriers in the minds of people. A seamless, barrier-free environment is the prerequisite for equality. More easily said than done. When I became Minister of Social Affairs, and I used to be Minister of Health and of Technology, I have learned that just my URL on the internet is a barrier, which is something I didn't know beforehand, but I had to learn that, and my URL changed because now it is understandable and you remember it if you see it, but abbreviations that no one knows, no one will recall. I've also learned that barrier-free requires a lot of scrutinies of processes that are used in companies or institutions. It is very important to keep working on improving equality. And I'm very happy to see that the UN, with its Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities, has made pressure on countries and has obliged them to be aware of the problem. As the Minister of Labour and Social Affairs, it is so important to me to reinforce and strengthen occupational inclusion. All people have the right to lead a self-determined life. But quite frankly, I have to confess there is a lot of work to be done until we reach a situation like that. It is about the opportunity to learn, to work. It is about social participation. It's about self-actualization, about dignity and self-esteem. These are important issues. We shouldn't only transmit funds and pay the rent for people just to make sure they keep quiet. That may be important in the beginning, but we need to do much more. We have a number of measures that the Ministry of Social Affairs has undertaken. We have set up NEBA, an occupational assistance network, to support people in the world of work and to enable them to work in the first place. 140 million are spent on 75,000 cases. It's usually a project-based subsidy to allow people to attend schooling, to get occupational assistance, to get job coaching. We also provide individual subsidies, for instance, for adapting a workplace to enable someone with a disability to work there. We provide mobility assistance, and sometimes we also provide wage cost subsidies. Again, we spend a non-negligible amount on that, and we do have inclusive companies that make sure that we have jobs to offer to people with disabilities. I would like to thank the United Nations. The Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities forced us, and I mean what I'm saying, it forced us, and this is important pressure, it forced us to think about what we have to do. And Austria drew up a national action plan for disability in order to implement the CPRD. We have not yet reached an implementation level of 100%, but we have got started. We talked to interest groups, we talked to stakeholders, and with lobbies, we started discussing issues. 58% of the measures that we found necessary have been implemented. Others are in the pipeline in preparation or have started. 250 measures were identified that we intend to implement by 2020. And I'm delighted to see that there are people who point out the need to do a lot more. This kind of criticism is important. It is important for governments to hear criticism. In addition to these measures, we also have to look at the progress reports and think about how can we improve other things such as the non-discriminating obtaining of Austrian nationalities for foreigners with disabilities, how can we slim down administrative barriers. And Austria is also engaged in the European discussions. The discussions about marketing accessible products within the EU. By way of conclusion, let me comment on something, and let me provide you with some information. Half a year ago, I talked to Timothy Shriver about the Special Olympics. He came to see me and he asked me to hand out an official invitation to other ministers to the Special Olympics about this event that shows you the great athletic performance of people with disabilities. The Special Olympics are going to be held in Graz next month, and I think it is very important to give such an event great visibility, and I would wish to see that also in other countries. Please spread the word. Let us create opportunities for people with disabilities to be more visible and more accepted in the society. Austria has a great responsibility to bear because it's not been long ago that we had a very different approach. We are bearing a great obligation. We could even call it a great guilt. So now we have to make sure we make every effort to improve the situation. So thank you once more, Mr. Essl, for developing a culture of conversation and dialogue. That is so important. Companies, the public sector, and other stakeholders have to start the discussion, and you are a perfect example for everyone, a great model, and you show that we can do it if we want to do it. Let's continue our efforts, and I wish you that your contributions and your discussions will radiate a great energy that will contribute to making this world more equitable, to eliminating barriers, and to make progress step by step every day. That is what we need. Thank you very much, and all the best and continued success for your conference.
Thank you very much, Minister Stoger. It was great to hear you speak as a minister, but also as a human being, as a person. And I think it's important for us to remember as we move forward, let's forget guilt and let's go on to action and improvement. But thank you very, very much, very, very much. I just want to say this conference is so much more than this in the room, which is always what we wanted. Guy Davis over there from Disability Solutions in South Africa just pointed out to us that our streaming that is happening here in the conference has reached South Africa perfectly. Is that right, Guy? We are having wonderful streaming, so we are going outside this room. Don't we love it? So anybody else who's got anybody in some part of the world that can tell us this good news, please get them to connect in with us, because we get the conversation further and further and further. Now, our final keynote speaker before we go into the great couch conversation with Tom Butcher is by a gentleman that I met last year During the Zero conference, actually, I met him for lunch. I had heard about him, and I kind of walked away from the conversation thinking, oh my gosh, there's another crazy, dangerous dreamer too. And this gentleman is Julian Hatz, and he's the co-founder and CEO of Prima CAMED Group. But what I remember Julian for, and I very much look forward to talking to him later on today, is like me, he likes to do dangerous sports and loves fast cars and is an athlete and loves to cause trouble and doesn't let anything get in his way. So I am dying to hear what wonderful Julian Hatz has to say.
Well, thank you, Caroline. Ladies and gentlemen, you see a very privileged man up here. First of all, because I have the opportunity talking to such an honorable audience like you are. Secondly, because I may look back on a very fulfilling, exciting, beautiful life despite being disabled. Besides being visually impaired, my sight is less than 2%, caused by a juvenile macular degeneration. Well, I experienced this when I was 7 years old, and from this time on I could still read a bit, and then it's with a magnifying glass, and then it was less and less. But I was raised in Innsbruck, a little city, very sporty city with two Winter Olympics in Tyrol, in Austria, in the mountains. After my high school, I graduated in business administration, started out in the civil service in the Tyrolean, the provincial government, and after some years, founded my own company, started this from scratch with some partners, as a one-man show in those days, 26 years ago. Now we own and operate 5 private hospitals, rehabilitation centers, outpatient clinics. We employ around 1,800 people, and I own another group. It's the Humano Care that with this company group, we operate several nursing homes, entities for people with special needs, and some rehab centers with another 600 people. Well, work is not the only thing I do. I've been very lucky. I skated in the Austrian national team, was in the speed skating team, participated in the World Championships. Well, later on, I got the opportunity to race in skiing, in the Paralympic skiing, at World Cup, Euro Cup. Participated in Sestriere, Torino in the 2006 Paralympics. I climbed the highest Austrian mountains and abroad, and skied with a helicopter in the Canadian Rockies. Toured around the world with my family, went to safaris to Africa, or with my son, the canoe in a tent in the Swedish wilderness. So a really exciting life. And well, how was this? Well, it shouldn't be finished that soon, I hope so. So how was this possible? Well, my loving mom and a very challenging dad, my 2 best friends, my brothers, gave me a very good environment, secure environment when I was young. I met the right persons at the right time, at the right place, obviously. I was very lucky throughout my life. Was born on a Sunday, maybe that helped. And I believe it's attitude. My personal attitude, but also the attitude of others who gave me the chance that I could show what I was able to achieve. My personal attitude, there's no such thing as impossible. A glass is always half full, never half empty. I'm very ambitious. I'm very passionate. I'm always ready, going the extra mile. Well, nowadays I think I'm quite self-confident, but that's what success over the years obviously develops. Well, and I'm always optimistic, at least most of the time, and I learned that it's not always the right thing going the straight way. It's sometimes much better going the winded path, but never losing the goal out of the eye, even though if the eye doesn't work too well, but just going for your goals, making the impossible possible. And what I had to learn too, and what inspired me an awful lot was, for example, that if you want to be successful, you need other people. You need support, you need friends, you need a team. And I tell you, it's not very easy to ask others to help you, to support you, when you're visually impaired. When you're a young guy, you want to do everything yourself. You want to be independent. You want to drive cars even without a driving license. God thanks, nothing happened. At least nothing severe, I guess. So it takes some time to make you understand that it's wiser doing things together with others. I'll give you an example. When I studied business administration, I realized I could never do it by my own because my eyes were not capable enough to run me through thousands of pages. So what I did is I asked some friends of mine, well, why don't we organize a learning team? You read the pages to me, and I will summarize them and try to put out the nutshell, you know, what's most important on this page. So they could make their notices. And we all four went through the studies, and we were actually excellent students. So they realized it was helpful for them, making even the better marks. And for me, it was the only chance to go through my studies at all. So I needed them really, but somehow we created a win-full profit, a win-win situation for all of us. And that's what I think is so important, to create those win-win situations. And as you, as officials, as entrepreneurs, as employers, you should realize that people with a disability, that they are capable to do enormously much. That diversity is great in a company. That collaborating with different talents is great. And so what we need is, on the one side, certainly role models like Caroline Casey, maybe somebody like me, but we need those role models of employers like Cisco, and others who are here in this conference and around the world, who are willing to give people with a disability a chance, but not only due to their corporate social responsibility they feel, but because they realize that's a windfall profit for their enterprise. When I look into my own company, by the way, here you see green too, so that's our company colors, by the way. We're on the beginning of a journey to bring more people with a disability into our company. And what we realized at the very beginning, first of all, we have to tear down the barriers in our head. It's not so much the barrier going over stairs or taking a lift instead of going over stairs. It's a barrier up here that you have to train people how to get along with people with a disability. We started out in our own academy a program where we tried to teach our employees how to address people with a disability, with different disabilities in our hospitals, for example. And it was amazing what we got back from our employees when they said, okay, it was astounding, it was really surprising for us when we had to travel with a wheelchair through the door to a certain location in our hospital. When we couldn't see anything, you know, with those whatever blankets in front of your head, so we had to figure out how to get to a location. We tried to teach them how to address people so that they can take it when they are disabled. What are the words make it easier, and what are the wordings we have to avoid? So, and giving our employees who believe that they don't have any disability, that they're not afraid, because quite often people don't know how to handle us with our disabilities. So I think it's a learning process in our companies, in our society, and we're all gaining lots of profits out of this process. And when I stand here, or sit actually here today, what I can tell you, just try it. You will see it will work. I thank you very much for the openness, and I ask you for your support. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Julian. Sorry, I'm just running up the centre. Thank you very much. I definitely warn against me being a role model for anybody. No, not at all, unless you want to get yourself in trouble a lot. What I do think is hugely important is actually business leader role models. We need to see more business leaders. And Julian, with your business leader hat on, this is powerful. Can we go out and get all your friends to think like you do? That's how we make the connections happen. And I just want to say the combination of those three keynote speaks is exactly what we hold here in Zero. Different perspectives with open head, heart leadership. And I want you to give a massive round of applause to our wonderful group, from Daniela to the Minister, to Christine, to Julian, and to Martin. This is where we actually make change happen. Now, we are running behind, as all conferences run behind. So what I'm going to suggest we're going to do is I am now going to hand over to our first couch conversation. Due to popular demand, we are bringing back the couch, which is here, for sort of more open and relaxed conversation. And Tom Butcher, who is a great friend and a long, well-known name attached to Zero Project, will be moderating the couch conversation. Now, for those of you who are here for the disability business session, you're going off to lunch, where you're going to have both the wonderful Nadine Vogel and a little bit of me do a bit of chat. And after your couch discussion here, for those of you who are staying in M1, you're going to get a coffee break. You're not going to get it as long as was scheduled, but you will have a coffee break. And at 2:45, you're going to go into your first session of parallel discussions, okay? So I'm just going to let you know what those are for those of you who may need to. Your first parallel conversations are starting now at 2:45. In M1, it's Policymaker Forum International. In M3, Employment Models for Sub-Saharan Africa. And in M6, Successful Rehabilitation Strategies. So after the couch conversation and coffee, you go back into these rooms at 2:45. After that, you will have another set of parallel discussions, which is in your conference brochure. Now, at 5:30, we all come back here together again, because we have the phenomenal Graham Whippy from Channel 4 going to be our closing keynote speech of the evening before our tech session. So, go well and be merry. I'm leaving you now. I'm going to introduce, where's lovely Tom Butcher onto the stage. Tom Butcher. And you ladies and gentlemen can leave. And Tom, I'm going to hand to you while I go off and do lunch. Is that okay? Are you happy to do that?
What, send everybody
Hand
all
to
off?
you. Okay, great. Okay, well, thank you very much, everyone. I'll see you back at 5:30. Okay, bye.
Thanks. Hello, everybody. I feel kind of wired up here in all ways. So can I ask my fellow co-couchers to join me? Mukhtar, can you come and join me? And Immaculada? Oh, there you are. Great. Can I have a... Immaculada, can I pop you on this side so we're all split up? Right. Okay. Okay, I think I'll start. Thanks for staying on to listen to our couch discussion. We're going to talk about the subject of accommodating the marketplace and where to look for the most advanced solutions. Workplace accommodation, workplace accessibility, assistive technologies. These three and other approaches not only promise to open up the workplace, but also to create jobs. I trust that our discussion, and during it, we'll be able to identify some of the most promising solutions that are out there, both in the highly developed and the less developed countries. I have with me great co-couchers, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to introduce them just by name very quickly, and then ask them to introduce themselves a bit more fully with what they've been doing in the area, and then we'll go straight into the conversation. So, first, on my right is Immaculada Placencia from the European Commission. Then, on my left is Natalia Amelina from UNESCO. Then I have on my right Mukhtar Al-Shibani from Gates, and last but not least, Chris Lee from AMAC. So, Mukhtar, can you tell me very briefly about what you've been doing at Gates in this area?
Thank you, Tom.
Yes, it is.
Okay. My name is Mukhtar Al-Shibani. I'm from Saudi Arabia, and I was a founder and past president of GATES, Global Alliance on Accessible Technology and Environment, based in Canada and exists in 40 countries around the world. We do work with the United Nations and many other international NGO. We promote accessibility in the built environment, transportation, tourism, and ICT. Thank you.
Thank you. Ima, can you tell us a wee bit about what you're doing at the European Commission, please?
Okay, so I've been doing quite a number of things in the European Commission. I started working on the area of research. Research in relation to assistive technologies and accessibility. Then I moved more into policies, developing inclusive ICTs, and finally now also working on disability policies, the European Disability Strategy, and also working on the implementation of the UN Convention and the rights of persons with disabilities in Europe. And my main area of work is on accessibility, the development of European accessibility standards and legislation, which now it's what takes most of my time today.
Wonderful. Thank you very much indeed. Natalia, can you tell us a wee bit about what you're doing?
Good afternoon for everybody. My name is Natalia Amelina, and I work for UNESCO Institute for Information Technologies and Education for more than 13 years. It is UNESCO's Institute of International Level, Category 1, and we work with all UNESCO member states all around the world. Our primary goal is to provide technical assistance and policy advice to the UNESCO member states in the field of ICT, or information and communication technologies, in different levels and different forms of education, starting from early childhood education until higher education. And one of the oldest projects of our institute is devoted to information and communication technologies in education of persons with disabilities, and I'm responsible for this project. We collect best practices all over the world, we analyze it, and we share different practices, good practices, and policy recommendations. Actually, I also have some other projects. I am responsible for the project of ICT for technical and vocational education and training, ICT for early childhood education, and ICT for primary education. So it is brief, and I'm from Moscow, from the Russian Federation.
Great.
That's all.
Thanks, Natalia. And last but not least, Chris.
Good morning, everyone. Actually, good afternoon. I'm Christopher Lee. I come from Georgia Tech, Georgia Institute of Technology in Atlanta, Georgia, in the U.S. I run a program called AMAC Accessibility Solutions and Research Center. Georgia Tech has a long history regarding ICT accessibility, and the project that I run, AMAC, is doing a lot in the area of the training and technical assistance, as well as instruction around ICT. Our primary focus at AMAC is looking at collecting data to make better decisions. For example, over the last couple years, we've been focusing on looking at accommodations in higher education and tying them to retention and graduation rates. So to back up, all these accommodations making a difference for students actually graduating or staying in higher education. We're hopeful that we can take that information and move it into the employment sector. If you look at the literature out there, there's very little data, it's not very robust at all, in regards to what accommodations actually work. So that is one of the primary areas that we've been focused on by incorporating a software app package that goes into institutions across the US with about 30,000 students tied to this software application right now. Georgia Tech has, I mentioned, a huge history in ICT accessibility. We have about 8 research labs that focus on UX, IoT, robotics, and so on. So I'm happy to be here today and looking forward to the discussion.
Great. Thank you very much, everybody. As you can see, we've got a most wonderful set of co-couchers. Ima, may I start off with the first question, which is, what do you think should be the involvement of government in accommodations in the workplace regarding, say, subsidies, regulations, standards?
Okay. Well, I think that governments and in general public authorities really can do a lot. Yeah. They can do a lot. They can take a number of very important measures to support the employment and to promote and to advance on the employment of disabled people. First of all, I think the first thing to be done is really to raise awareness. Yeah. It sounds like something obvious, raising awareness about, I would say about 2 main things. First is the employment situation of disabled people, because it is still not very well known what that situation is. And second, about the capacity, the possibilities of disabled people to work, the capacity to work, which is still in some cases even restricted by law. So that, I would say, is the first measure. Then, of course, there is a need to collect data to really monitor what is, how is that gap in employment levels between persons with disabilities and persons without disabilities evolving. And then putting a number of measures in place. For example, legislation is very important. We have at European level legislation that protects persons with disabilities against discrimination in employment, but also legislation with enabling features. For example, the same EU legislation requires employers to provide reasonable accommodation. The two things go hand in hand. It's also possible to provide financial incentives. For example, there is European legislation that clarifies that state aid to create certain types of employment facilities or support employment of disabled people is possible, is compatible with the state aid rules. There is also the need and the importance of public authorities to support training. I think it was said also during the first panel that training should be given to persons with disabilities, but also, and very important, to employees. So to employers, sorry, not only to employers, but also, for example, to public employment services and private employment services. They need also to cater for the opportunities for persons with disabilities to get jobs. And finally, another very important thing that should not be underestimated is a number of background measures. Yeah. Accessibility. Accessibility is a precondition for participation also in employment, not only to the premises of the employer, but also in general to the public transport networks, to the built environment in general, so that persons with disabilities really can participate in employment. This basic accessibility layer is under the responsibility of public authorities, and it is really essential to allow for equal opportunities in employment. So I think I listed quite a number of measures. There are more, but I'll return the microphone to you now.
Great. Thank you very much indeed. Mukhtar, you've obviously had at Gates major interactions with governments. What do you think the position should be?
Thank you, Tom. I believe, let's say I started with the accessibility issue since 1980, when it was the World Day of Disability. And since that time, I'm working as an architect in the field of accessibility. So before the convention, nobody was looking to the accessibility seriously. And when we talk with friends, architects, engineers, and they said, well, it is something, you know, not mandatory, or it's not. But after the convention, the awareness comes out, and that's why we created GATE as a global alliance on accessibility and technology organization. And with a number of friends from around the world, we started stressing on the accessibility issue. And no matter if we look to the disability, the employment, and the work, and the built environment, we have two things. We have the outdoor as a general, and we have the indoor also, very important. I will take an example of a factory who is going to employ 1,000 employees from a disability issue point of view. So that factory, which we had studied, has to have from the wayfinding from the beginning to reach that factory and all the other internal elements of that factory. Yes, there are some hazardous areas that a disabled person cannot work, but there are others who can work. I mean, they can equally work with all the others, you know, if the environment is being created and developed. So the awareness among the engineers and the architects around the world is very important, very important. And all the legislations now and the training that our organization is doing, we are studying cities. complete cities, you know, to make these cities fully accessible. And it helps all of us. It's not only for the disabled person, it's for all of us, the elderly people, I mean, all type of human people living or visiting these cities has to benefit from these accessibilities implementations around the world. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Mukhtar. Natalia, Chris, have you got anything to add in your experiences? Yes.
From the states, I think it's important that particularly when you look at Section 508 and Section 503, United States, training and technical assistance is crucial.
Yeah.
And one of the challenges we face is because of the size of the states, is ensuring that it is implemented across the nation, and is something that I believe all federal and state organizations need to address. And they have been, it just needs to be more robust.
Right. Natalia, have you got anything to add? You might not have.
Might not have.
Okay, right, one might not have. Okay, I'm going to turn to Natalia for our next question, which is just how important should vocational training be in getting a job?
Okay, actually vocational education is very important to everyone nowadays, and we all understand it. And it is more important, I think, for people with disabilities. However, it is a coin of two sides, I would say, because from one point of view, we all faced an open and global labor market today. And an employee, even it has some difficulties, some disability, should have very high competencies that will satisfy the demands of the employer. It is very important because it is some economical law, I would say. And the employee should be paid, and the employer should get the high level of performance of the work, the result of the work. Anyway, and from another point of view, any government which have signed and ratified the UN Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities should provide the opportunities for all to realize themselves, to implement their social role everywhere. So the employment will be the best way to integrate, to include these people into society. So it is a kind of two sides of the coin. Faced with high levels of youth unemployment, rapidly changing labor markets, technological advancements and social inequalities, many governments all over the world are trying to develop skills and upgrade the skills of their citizens, and they do it through technical and vocational education and training. In this context, UNESCO is calling for transformation of technical and vocational education and training, so it covers the full range of skills that are needed for the world of work. UNESCO considers TVET as a part of lifelong learning concept. And this concept is providing an opportunity for all, including those with disabilities, to get educated and to get employed. The transformed vision of technical and vocational education and training includes not only formal education from our point of view, but also non-formal and informal education as well, and also through advanced technologies like information and communication technologies. Based on its new strategy for technical and vocational education and training, UNESCO supports the efforts of its member states to enhance the relevance of the technical and vocational education and training systems to equip youth and adults with the skills required for employment. So vocational education and training plays very important role in the employment from every point of view.
Wonderful, thanks very much. Chris, I know you would like to say something.
Yes, thank you, Tom. I agree. I mean, Georgetown University just came out with a research publication that talks that just in the United States, there's going to be over a shortage of 5 million employees that are going to be needed. And that is primarily because the lack of training, the lack of instruction, and there's some big concerns around that. And we know the fields, at least in the United States we do. We know that it's going to be STEM related, educational related. Healthcare is going to be a huge area where we can have individuals that can populate, specifically people that have disabilities or the aging population. So I think training and technical assistance, vocational training and technical assistance is crucial. And our vocational schools in the States have been doing a pretty good job, but now we've got such a robust resources around MOOCs, the massive open online courses out there that are free. And for a lot of individuals with disabilities, with transportation being a related issue, this is a great opportunity. The challenge becomes, regarding ICT accessibility, all these MOOCs fully accessible. Can they get access? And we have issues with that with some of the platforms out there. So vocational training's there. Yeah. We need it. We know it. It can be remote and virtual or blended. Yeah. But we've got some work regarding the accessibility of platforms.
Right. Thank you. Any?
Can I add something?
Oh yes, absolutely.
Sorry.
No, don't worry.
Okay, sorry, I would like to add some example, I would say. Firstly, I would like to pay your attention to the fact that, of course, the educational approaches should be transformed. They should be flexible for a new generation and for those students with disabilities. And I would like to provide you some very short example. We have a pilot project, our institute, in cooperation with ITU. It is International Telecommunication Union, which is also an UN agency. And at present we have equipped already 5 specialized IT centers in the region of the post-Soviet Union countries. And these centers are equipped with specialized hardware and software for different kinds of people with disabilities. The main function of such centers are firstly to be a kind of open platform, open space for collaboration and for access to any information and to any educational resources. First of all, in digital format, like you mentioned, massive online open courses, it is very important, of course. And people with disabilities can come to this open platform space and they can get consultations from the specialists. And the second role of such centers is to provide trainings for local specialists, for local experts. And these centers also serve like centers of excellence. And we as UNESCO has already arranged several trainings with the help of leading international specialists, and we focused our trainings on different applications of ICTs and in different spheres. So it is our reply to some questions.
Absolutely, thanks very much. Do you have any particular comments? If not, then I'll go on to...
Tom, can I add one other thing? I'm sorry.
Yes, very quickly.
The other issues, other than vocational training, is self-advocacy skills.
Right.
And we can't forget that because disclosing that you have a disability, how you disclose it, when you disclose it, what accommodations that you actually need is so crucial.
Right. Thank you. I know we're getting short of time. We have 2 more questions. The next one goes straight to Chris. It's a kind of technical question, well, more technical. So when it actually comes to accommodating or accommodations in office space, what is mainstream and universally available? And then, probably more important, looking forward, what is cutting edge?
So I did, thank you, Tom. I did a quick scan of the literature out there prior to the conference because I knew the question. As I mentioned earlier in my intro, there's not a lot of data out there that basically specifies what is mainstream. But we do have an idea of what is being used out there, what is happening out there in the field in corporations. But again, there's not a lot of literature to support it. So I run down a list here, not in any particular order. Flex time is still considered to be something that is used in an accommodation. Telecommuting, we're seeing that as something that is still up high. Personal assistance, obviously, is up there. Ergonomic chairs and desks have really jumped. You see that more and more when you do the scan of the literature. And all types of chairs and desks now. They have all kinds of really interesting ones that are out there, whether they're desks that actually pull up or the desks that actually sit on top of a desk like a platform. You're seeing more and more of that being used. Software, obviously, different applications are still out there, whether it's text-to-speech, whether it's word prediction software, voice recognition software. You're seeing more of that happening. And obviously, in the mainstream, a lot of the operating systems, whether it's Mac or other operating systems, OS systems, you're seeing that a lot of that being built in now. So that's pretty exciting. We see that with the iPhone and other options out there. Dual monitors is in the literature quite a bit, which makes sense, not hugely expensive, especially for individuals who are visually impaired. We're seeing more of that. Personal voice organizers, specifically tied to some of the literature out there, is tied to the Amazon Alexa or Echo. You're seeing more of that being used for spelling, for getting definitions, for environmental control related issues, which is interesting. One-handed keyboards, switches, for individuals who have nonverbal disabilities that cannot speak verbally. We're seeing a lot of tablets and a lot of apps like AAC devices that have come down, the pricing, unbelievable. So that's pretty exciting. And beacons for kind of high tech is what you're seeing. So GPS beacons, so if you're blind and your organization has beacons put in with your smartphone, you can actually get room from room, which is interesting. Not a lot being done in the States, a lot being done in Spain, tied to the Essl Foundation. The other thing that we're seeing, which is really interesting, is haptic footwear out there and kind of cutting edge, so that will vibrate tied to your smartphone for GPS that can take you different places. The other thing I would just mention, and I'll turn it over, we've got great vendors out in the hallway here. One of them is OrCam, which is fascinating. I was just looking at them up, which is an intuitive portable device with a smart camera. If you point it, it would basically read what's on there, I guess using OCR. So individuals who are visually impaired or have dyslexia, that have trouble reading, it's a great cutting edge technology.
Thank you. Mukhtar, what have you seen at the cutting edge?
Well, as we all know, who designed the buildings? They're architects who design the buildings and around the world. And there are interior designers also who are involved in designing most of the interior. But the problem is there is no standardization in this issue around the world. So one of the things that I participate in is with the ISO to develop the first standard for the built environment, and it was approved in 2011. And now we are this year planning to update this standard and make it more widely and cover other areas, too. We know that there's 30 countries around the world who have standard, applicable and codes, but there are another 160 countries around the world who have nothing. Really, it is a big issue. What to follow? How to deal with the accessibility issue in these buildings, People build traditionally with the knowledge they have. A contractor who doesn't know why we have the level of the ramp or the doors or all these things, why it is there. So he just built it the way he liked. And at the level of the building controllers or municipalities or whatever, they don't know about it. They say, well, we have no idea. So this is a real big problem to achieve very good standardization to be implemented around the world and to be followed to help most of the, the community and the disabled people to live and work in a very good environment. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Mukhtar. So one last question before I let you go and get your coffee or tea or water. Ima, standing really above everything as you do, what have you noticed any really outstanding developments or innovations in the last couple of years that you've thought, I must remember this and I must tell other people about this because I think this is really great and it can be across everything?
Well, what a question.
A bit difficult, I'm sorry.
Yes, no, I would like to turn your question into much more a general answer. I mean, okay. I think what has been really outstanding the last year, what is really amazing is that technology does not need to be a barrier anymore. Technology offers you really almost any type of solution. This is what I've seen really a big shift from when I started 25 years ago working on assistive technology, where, any solution, let me, for example, mention we had projects dealing to how to deal with graphical user interfaces. And at that time, it was really a big barrier. People were trying to capture with a camera the screen and then trying to identify whether what was being the screen was an image, was an icon, or what was the function of the button and so forth, because that information was not there. Today, that is really over. I mean, there is this evolution towards mainstreaming certain accessibility features of technology and connecting better with assistive technology, and that is really what I see really as amazing. The point is to get it really implemented, regularly implemented, being known and being part of our mainstream life and solutions. To tell you, I mean, there is nothing today from a technological point of view difficult about making a job advertisement accessible so that people can read it on the web. Well, today still a lot of job advertisements are not accessible. What about models for CVs? When you get a CV, sometimes you have to fill in a form that it is not accessible. What about intranets at our work? I mean, many of the tools you have mentioned are great, but if the intranets are not working, then that's a problem. So I think that technology, this evolution of technology allows us for making all these solutions available, and that is really the wow. I mean, now is, let's use it. Right. Let's make it a reality. This is what I really see as the main, important change throughout the years.
Wonderful. Thank you very much indeed. Natalia, working with technology as you do, can you give us one or two of your absolute favorites that you're pushing as being the cutting edge and taking you forward at UNESCO?
Okay, I would say that really information and communication technologies has a great power in education, in employment, in everyday life. I will share with you good examples a little bit later in the future, because at present I would like to announce some new project which will be implemented by our institute in cooperation, I hope, with you, with the experts and private experts and their organizations. And this project will be devoted to ICT potential for skills development of persons with disabilities. We will collect both advanced practices in the field of ICT in technical and vocational education and training, as well as good policy solutions in this field. That is why I invite you, all of you, if you are interested in cooperation, to contact me. You can easily find my contacts at the conference website, and just send me a letter that you are ready for cooperation and you have some topic of expertising. So thank you very much.
Wonderful. Chris?
Ima, I could not agree with you more. I mean, your comments about ensuring that platforms are accessible is crucial. You can have all the AT you want, but if those developers aren't developing accessible platforms, it's pretty scary out there. And we need certifications regarding web accessibility. And IAAP, which is an organization out there, is one that is actually taking that on in June. There's going to be one of the first web accessibility certification, it's micro certification actually, that will be out there. It's crucial. Regarding technology, okay, I can get really excited about this. I know I don't have any time. Nokia is doing some cool stuff. So Nokia has developed something, I have not seen it, so it's really, I'm not really privy to all the information, but it is a magnetic or tattoo of some sort that sits on the arm or I guess wherever, and it allows vibration with the phone. So if you're someone who is deaf and you don't hear the phone ringing, it would actually vibrate. It could do many other things, I would assume. So that's one really cool technology out there, and there's just so many of them, but because of time, I'll turn it over.
Thanks, and you can always talk to Chris afterwards. And finally, Mukhtar, as the last word on the subject, what you've seen and one of your favorites.
Well, technology has developed, and solutions are coming for the last 10 years, actually, more than what happened, before. And it helps all the people around the world. The problem is still with languages barrier. There is a language barrier here still. In English, if things are more developed than the Arabic or than the other Swahili or another languages that is still had not the capacity to use the assistive technology and in their daily life experiences. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you all. Ima, Natalia, Chris, Mukhtar. I enjoyed my discussion. This whole conference is about discussion. So these four, Ima's leaving sadly later on this afternoon, but I believe everybody else is going to be around. Please continue your conversations with them, because I know from experience that they are happy to converse and they really know their subjects. Anyway, thank you very much indeed for listening to our couch discussion this afternoon. I think I've given you a wee bit of time for your tea and coffee. I think you've had your marching orders from Caroline, so you'll know where to go next and when. But I would just like to say thank you very much indeed, panel and co-couchers. Thank you, everybody. Thanks so much.
So, jetzt bin ich das Mikro ansprechend. Ich höre es da vorne gut. Der Monitor bringt es retour. Ich weiß nicht, wie es bei euch da hinten geht, aber vorne hört man. Ich spreche das Mikro weiter an. Es ist Voting-Mikros, steht da. Was steht sonst noch? Also vorne nochmal wiederholen. Vorne an den Monitors hört man. Wenn ich jetzt... Ja, es ist jetzt wieder da. Ich gehe zum nächsten Mikro. Dieses Mikro tut auch funktionieren, das ist auch gut. Ich spreche das Mikro weiter. Dieses Mikro täte auch funktionieren. Das Mikro funktioniert. Dieses Mikro funktioniert auch. Dieses Mikro funktioniert auch. Ja, das funktioniert. Und dieses Mikro funktioniert auch.
Okay, good afternoon and welcome to this session, which is the International Policy Maker Forum on Advancing Inclusive Vocational Training and Employment. I'm Stefan Trömel. I work as Senior Disability Specialist in the International Labour Organization based in our headquarters in Geneva. I think it's a very important session, a very important topic that the Zero Project is focusing on at this conference. In parallel to this event, as you know, there's also a meeting, a very interesting meeting also with the private sector today for the first time that this is happening with such a focused approach. Policies to promote the employment and vocational training of people with disabilities are still not at the level that they should be. Very often where they exist, they have been designed with rather low expectations in terms of what people with disabilities can do. In particular, in developing countries, the large expectation of people with disabilities, their families, policymakers, etc., is that people with disabilities can only find a job in the informal economy. But that is starting to change. And I think this change, which is led by specific companies in all different countries, needs to be accompanied by relevant changes in the policy environment. Changes that make it easier for people with disabilities and the private sector to find each other. And that, to some extent, is the main focus of the session today. We have time, we have an hour and a bit for this session. As you know, we're starting a bit later. And we have 6 distinguished panel speakers, all of whom have agreed to try to limit their initial presentations to 6-7 minutes. I will ask each of them 1 or 2 questions which they have seen beforehand and to which they have kindly agreed. And we also have a time monitor here sitting in the first row who will show you the time when it's only 2 minutes left or 1 minute left. Let me very briefly present the 6 speakers. Sitting to my left, Prince Miret Rad Said Al Hussein, President of the Higher Council for Affairs of Persons with Disabilities in Jordan. Thank you. To my right, you've already listened to her in the opening conference, Ms. Daniela Bas, Director of UN DESA in New York. To the extreme left, sitting next to Jordanian Prince, Mr. Shoaib Chalklen, founder and chairperson of the African Disability Forum. To my right, Mr. Joseph Jones, Executive Director of the Harkin Institute for Public Policy and Citizen Engagement in the US. Mrs. Ita Mirinashvili, Head of the Rights of Persons with Disabilities Unit in the Council of Europe, based in Strasbourg. And to my extreme right, Honorary Marek Plura, member of the European Parliament, in representation of the European People's Party, member of the Committee on Employment from Poland. So I will ask the questions in that exact order. So Prince Miret, I will start with you. And the question that we had discussed before is, what are, in your view, the main challenges for people with disabilities in Jordan to find a job? And how will the new draft law concerning the integration and participation of people with disabilities address these challenges? Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I'll try to speak quickly because I've got many points that I'd like to make. First of all, I'd like to, on behalf of my delegation, say how pleased and happy we are to be back in Vienna. This is our second time taking part in the Zero Project conference, and I hope in the future we will always take part. Regarding employment in Jordan, Jordan is very much like many other developing countries, and employment for people with disabilities is a big issue. I have identified five areas, or let's say barriers to people finding employment in Jordan. And the number one issue, in my humble opinion, is education. We have a big problem with education back home. Not enough of the percentage of children, young people being educated, those with disabilities, is really quite, it's a small percentage. And this, of course, has a knock-on effect and on the labor market later on. So education is a biggie for us in Jordan. And our goal in the future, one of our goals is how to raise that percentage and get more children with disabilities into school and receiving a good education. The second, I would say, is social barriers, and this is pretty much maybe the same in many developing countries and maybe some developed countries as well. Stereotyping, stigma, discrimination, segregation, the charity mode. You know, when people think of people with disabilities, it's always in that charity mode. The private sector will, if and when the private sector, for instance, when they do hire people, most often, not always, but most often it's out of charity rather than that because he or she is qualified. And cultural perceptions, I mean, on both sides, from the side of the employer and the person looking for a job. There are cultural perceptions that need to be overcome. Number three is physical barriers. Again, I'm stating the obvious, and I think everyone knows what all of these are. I mean, accessibility is a huge issue for us in Jordan. Public transportation still not accessible. So even if you land a fantastic job and you don't have a car, how are you going to get to your job, and how are you going to get home is a big issue. Places of work in the private sector as well as the public sector are not accessible. The percentage of, say, companies or public sector offices that are accessible or fully accessible is, again, it's a very small percentage. Let me move on very fast here. Legislative barriers, of course, again, we have our present law that still overrides our present current law is not sufficient. I want to, because time is running out, I'll be as fast as I can. One of the major problems with the current law is that it allows for employees to decide whether a person is capable or not. And then very often we have this statute back home, the medical committee's statute, which demands that candidates seeking employment have to get checked, have a medical checkup, and so a medical doctor will decide whether the person can or cannot do the job, and which is absolutely ludicrous in my humble opinion. The last, I would say, I'm going to jump ahead a bit. The last one is financial. You know, it costs money to train and conduct awareness campaigns. And so on and so forth. So money has always been an issue for us back home in Jordan. So now the second part of the question is, what are the solutions? We have a new law that is going to be legislated very soon. In the next 2 weeks, actually, it's going to be legislated. We've been working on it for the last 3 years, drafting this new law. And it's a very progressive, very ambitious law that I think it will be the most progressive law in the Arab world regarding persons with disabilities. And it's the first anti-discrimination law in Jordan. There is a big emphasis on education in the law, schools, to make all schools, or as many schools as possible, to make them inclusive, and also to increase, of course, the number of children with disabilities that are receiving an education. Because like I said earlier, the great majority of children with disabilities are not receiving an education. Of course, and there will be a big emphasis on training teachers, training administrators, making schools accessible, and so on and so forth. So there will be, and this will, of course, hopefully have a great knock-on effect later on for the labor market. And the more people with disabilities will be qualified and hopefully will be employed because they are qualified and they're able to do the job. So this will be hopefully will be great. The social barriers, again, there is a great emphasis on our new law that it's a rights-based law. We're moving away from the medical model or the charity model. We're moving away from that. So from once this new law comes into effect, it will be a rights-based approach. We have an equal opportunity committee that will will come about as a consequence of the law, and this equal opportunity committee, which will be from different members or different areas of government and the private sector, as well as the civil society, will take part in this committee, and it will have hopefully a great effect and support people seeking employment. Again, in the law, there's a big emphasis on accessibility, transportation. All public transport will be accessible, hopefully, in the future. Government buildings, public sector and private sector have to do a lot to make their facilities accessible. Again, and the new, as for legislation, there will be a stipulation that the private sector as well as the public sector have to hire a percentage of people with disabilities, and this will be one of the main pillars of the law. So, just not to go over my time limit. I think I will, one last mechanism I'd like to mention, this law, and within this law we will have a high-level committee which will be chaired by the Prime Minister as an enforcement mechanism. So our Prime Minister and all the relevant ministers will be part of this committee, and the committee will meet once or twice a year to look into all issues related to disability as an enforcement mechanism. So. I think I'll stop here, otherwise I'm going to get reprimanded. So, thank you.
Thank you, Prince Miret. Apologies for the time constraints. It's tough to have so many speakers in such a time frame. It's great to see the perspective in Jordan. Jordan, as you will know, played a key role in the negotiation process of the UN Convention. It's great to see your government continuing to be spearheading progress in the area of disability rights. So congratulations to you on that. Over now to Daniela Bas. Those of you who attended the opening session already heard a very inspiring presentation a while ago. Daniela, this time you only have 6 minutes. You cannot go as long as this morning. And I have a very specific question, which I think is particularly relevant also in view of the position you have in the UN, which is the following. The 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development includes explicit references to persons with disabilities, also in its Goal 8, which is the goal about decent work. What are the main initiatives in your division in support of the achievement of these targets? The floor is yours.
Thank you. Whatever time left I will be later on, I'll give it to the others, rightly so. Goal 8, for those of you who are not familiar with, as my colleague said, deals with sustainable economic growth, full and productive employment and decent work for all. And definitely it includes also persons with disabilities when it comes to equal pay for work of equal value. And I think this is really what's very important about the Goal 8, the equality and the equity, both. What we do, well, definitely we understand that Goal 4, when it comes to education, is key in order to be employed later on, as Goal 10 is also key. It's about reducing inequalities. And we also know that Goal 11, in order to promote employment, which calls for accessible and sustainable transportation systems, accessible and inclusive societies are key, as well as, and we keep stressing, Goal 17, partnerships. So what we do in order to facilitate all of these goals that then have an input, a positive one hopefully, on goal 8 about employment, we strengthen policy developments by providing analytical and substantive contributions to the intergovernmental processes of the United Nations. The GA is the biggest intergovernmental process for those of you who are not familiar with the UN system. But we also organize then commissions, each of them specialized in a different topic, and they bring their recommendations to the Economic and Social Council of Ministers, and those recommendations go to the General Assembly, where all members of the UN discuss, and then they decide what are the next mandates. So this is our work actually, to provide a forum for everybody, all stakeholders, above all member states, to discuss these issues. We, last year, organized a high-level panel discussion that was presided by the President of the General Assembly to consider policy direction and steps for action to realize the SDGs, the Sustainable Development Goals. We also published a report called The World Social Situation, Leaving No One Behind, the Imperative of Inclusive Development, published last year, where we also devoted a chapter on decent work deficits and exclusion and how to overcome them. Early this month, in February, we had the 55th Commission for Social Development, and in it there was a high-level panel discussion on strategies to reduce poverty among persons with disabilities, where of course employment, decent work, and vocational training were key in order to reduce poverty. We also provide global forums to facilitate the operationalization of the SDGs, such as, for instance, whenever there are major conferences around the world, we organize next to this conference a forum on disability and development, a DSPD Days of Forum in conjunction with these conferences. I would like also to say that we collaborate a lot with ILO, because ILO deals with labor. True that in our mandate deriving from Copenhagen 1995, we have decent work and jobs for all, but definitely ILO is the expert, so we work very closely with the ILO. I'm really very happy about the partnership we have together with other UN agencies, trusts and funds, definitely. The Conference of the State Parties takes place every year in June, and that's the largest international meeting on disability. So that's also what we do in order to promote discussions about and solutions about disability and employment. Definitely, we have also activities when it comes to capacity building. We have to share our knowledge, and we have this beautiful knowledge from the globe. We receive inputs from 194 countries, from agencies of the UN and many other stakeholders, NGOs, etc. It's wonderful. We have so much knowledge that we have to share. So one of the things we have done when it comes to capacity development, we have developed a toolkit on disability for Africa. And one of the chapters of the 14 is very much devoted to employment and disability. If we find the funds in the future, we would like to develop a toolkit on persons with disabilities for Asia and for all the regions of the world. In addition, since I have only 30 seconds, I believe, or 1 minute, I believe that catalytic projects and activities continued receiving our support through the trust funds that we have on disability, the UN Voluntary Trust Fund. So please contribute to the trust fund, which is administered by the Department of Economic and Social Affairs. I would also like to mention the last thing, the Global Compact, which is a group that works next to the and close to the United Nations. They work mainly with the private sector, and they are developing guidelines together with us on persons with disabilities and entrepreneurs. Thank you.
Thank you, Daniela. It is obviously a game changer that the Sustainable Development Goals include the many references to persons with disabilities, very different to the previous Millennium Development Goals, where disability was largely invisible. And so I think we are a window of opportunity that we are now I think making much out of it, and I think UNDESA is playing a key role in that, and thank you for that. Next speaker is Shoaib Chalklan, again a person well known in the disability movement. He is the founder and chairperson of the African Disability Forum, but also before that he was the UN Special Rapporteur on Disability, reporting to the Commission for Social Development in New York. Shoaib, in your large experience in Africa and beyond, what would be for you the main challenges that people with disabilities, in particular in Africa, have to find a job, in particular also in the private sector? Thank you.
Thank you, Stefan. You know, I just wanted to start where Daniela left off, asking for contributions to the voluntary fund. Please don't forget the African Disability Forum. But let me start with some positives about Africa. Africa, as you know, is a very large continent, consists of 54 or 55 countries. And one of the positive things, or one of the many positive things is, first of all, out of the 54 countries, probably close to 50 have ratified the UN Convention on the Rights of People with Disabilities. Almost every single country would have very good legislation and policy on disability. And one of the most important things happening in Africa is that it has seen, in the last 10 years, very good economic growth, average between 6 to 7%. And that's very important. But one of the problems with this economic growth is because it doesn't go with the growth in employment. It's jobless growth. And it's growth, economic growth, that is based on the export of resources, extraction of minerals and oil and gas and those types of things. So it doesn't create a lot of jobs. And it doesn't expand the manufacturing base. So that means that you're always going to have, or for the next foreseeable future, a challenge with creating jobs. Now that's the part of Africa that's also well known. But what is not known is that the 90% of the countries in Africa have no safety net. So we have this continuous cycle of, if there is no safety net, then there is challenges with education and healthcare. And if the state becomes the main employer in the absence of a private sector that can, a manufacturing sector or a private sector that can create jobs, that means that your expenditure is skewed, and that adds to this continuous cycle. So this is where the SDGs becomes very important. Now, I hope I've answered the question on employment, because I cannot answer this question on employment in the private sector in Africa because the growth is too uneven. So we have to look at what causes this problem. Why is there almost no private sector employment? Because the employment for people without disabilities, the unemployment rate for people without disabilities is close to 40%. So which means you have the state that's a main employer, or you have a large informal sector. And then you have this additional challenge of either a poor safety net or zero safety net. And that creates the cycle. So these are the challenges. And this is why, as Stefan mentioned, I'm currently the chairperson of the African Disability Forum. We are putting a great emphasis on the Sustainable Development Goals. As far as we are concerned in the African Disability Forum, that's the only game in town. We're putting all our hopes on this one global program that we hope can assist over the next 15 years in changing the conditions of people with disabilities, not only in terms of employment, but everywhere else. And we are hoping that with a little bit of emphasis on healthcare and education and housing and so forth, and transportation, if we look at those, the fundamentals, that if we see an increase in expenditure and a focus on those kinds of things, that the next time we discuss employment for people with disabilities, I can present a more positive picture. Let me just finally say that there are countries that has made tremendous progress, but it's maybe one or two, like South Africa or Kenya. And I know there's somebody who will speak about South Africa and some of its job programs. But the reason is that they have a larger manufacturing base. South Africa is the most industrialized country in Africa, so they can afford to do this. But if you talk about Africa, then it's jobs in the private sector is almost zero for people with disabilities.
Thank you, Schweib. Thank you, Schweib, and also particular congratulations for the establishment of the African Disability Forum. I think that is a major achievement. I know that you played a key role in that, and that is, of course, recognized by you having been appointed as chair of that. So, great congratulations for that. Moving on to our fourth speaker, Joseph Jones. As I mentioned before, Joseph Jones is the executive director of the Harkin Institute in the US. And the question is the following. We are moving now from Africa to the US, so please follow us on that trip. Senator Harkin played a key role in the promulgation of the landmark Americans with Disabilities Act. While this has made a huge contribution to promote the rights of persons with disabilities in the US, it is often mentioned that employment has been one of the areas where not so much progress has been made. What would be your views on this? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for the question. And I must admit that Senator Harkin is not here with us, and he wanted to be, so I send his regards and greetings as well. This year marks the 27th anniversary of the Americans with Disabilities Act, and although we made a lot of progress to promote the rights of persons with disabilities in the U.S., we know we still have a lot of work left to do. The passing of the ADA expanded greatly the accessibility for thousands of people with disabilities in the U.S., outlining the employment rights of an individual. But it's not a stagnant piece of legislation. We actually have to work to be active in making updates to the ADA in order to make it work in the 21st century. We know what the unemployment numbers are. I won't repeat those. Other people have said those across the world. And in the United States, it's no different for people with disabilities. They suffer with a low or a high unemployment rate as well. And we recognize what several of those obstacles are. There are many of the ones that were mentioned before. There are individual barriers where people choose to exclude themselves from the workforce, lots because of a lack of adequate education or training. There are service barriers, particularly in accessing vocational training and the ability to have good job-seeking services, so they don't really exist much in the United States to help people with disabilities find jobs. Of course, our area of focus is policy-making barriers, knowing that there are lots of discriminatory barriers to overcome in legislation, sub-minimum wage policies that affect many people with disabilities, and the lack of fiscal incentives to hire individuals with disabilities or disability-inclusive employment services, all not being incentivized by a government entity. And lastly but not least, what was mentioned earlier, societal barriers. Stigmas against individuals with disabilities in the workplace may also dissuade employers from employing them and individuals from seeking the employment. In the US, we tend to sometimes do things very slowly for change, and we continue to spend a majority of our public dollars on programs that were designed in the 1950s, 1960s, and 1970s. And this was an era when our expectations for employment for persons with disabilities and for community living were much lower than they are today. So we must improve these programs and create new ones in order to promote integrated employment at a competitive wage and give opportunities for entrepreneurship, leading to economic self-sufficiency and independent living for adults with disabilities. There's really a lack of inclusive vocational training, as I said before, that prohibits this from happening. And so for those people who are employed in the US who have disabilities, they're underrepresented in about 16 of 20 of the fastest growing occupations in our country. And the top 20 occupations with the greatest numerical job growth for people with disabilities tend to be the lowest paying, serving as an inadequate mode of financial independence for persons with disabilities. Individuals with disabilities consistently succeed across all industries and are as productive as those without disabilities, as we all know. And to quote our former labor secretary, we focus too much on the first 3 letters of the word disability and not enough on the last 7. So with that in mind, our recommendations that we look toward making as an institute for our policymakers, both in our state and in our country, are to increase inclusive vocational training in all sectors, to encourage, support, and implement campaigns to educate the public about hiring persons with disabilities, supporting employers who make accommodations for their employees, and creating a working, welcoming, and accessible workplace. And modeling more of the best practices that we've heard about from several of the corporations today for the most vulnerable population in the workforce, and training modules existing for the entire community to be able to get to work. Developing mentoring programs that can help accelerate individuals into the workplace, and then continuing to do research and development on public policies that can be changed or improved in order to make for a more inclusive work environment. That's all I have.
Thank you, Joseph. I have for each of the panelists a second question for later on, if time allows. So, but I guess that most of the time will be taken up by questions from the floor, and rightly so. Next speaker, second last, Ita Milyanashvili, I remind you, head of the Rights of Persons with Disabilities Unit in the Council of Europe. Now, Ita, the Council of Europe has been very actively over the last month, I guess, because you've just launched a new strategy on the rights of persons with disabilities, 2017-23, which replaces the previous Council of Europe Disability Action Plan from 2006 and 15. And the question tries to basically bridge what are the main lessons learned from the previous action plan, and what are the main ingredients and components of the new strategy. The floor is yours.
Well, thank you, Stefan. First of all, it gives me great pleasure to attend the Zero Project Conference and to briefly present the Council of Europe's work in the field of the rights of persons with disabilities. If you do not know my organization, the Council of Europe is a pan-European organization with 47 member states that promotes, protects, and monitors the implementation of human rights for all, including for persons with disabilities. Persons with disabilities are entitled to have access to and enjoy the full range of human rights. These rights are safeguarded by the Council of Europe's European Convention of Human Rights and the European Social Charter, as well as the United Nations Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities and other international human rights instruments. So what has that meant so far for us? In April 2006, the Council of Europe's Action Plan 2006-2015 was adopted by member states with the express goal of improving the quality of life of persons with disabilities in Europe. Last year, we took stock of the progress, and we found that the achievements in our member states over the past 10 years are considerable. They include changes in the legislation, service provision, physical environment, and progress towards challenging stereotypes and changing attitudes regarding the qualities and needs of persons with disability. In spite of all these achievements, we also understood that challenges still remain, notably the implementation gap between standards and the reality in the member states. What does this mean in everyday life? It means that the persons with disabilities are still institutionalized against their wish, deprived of the right of vote, exposed to higher risks of violence and abuse compared to the rest of the population, deprived of the right to enjoy arts or to take part in sports, and discriminated when it comes to having access to mainstream education and employment. So based on these findings, the new disability strategy of the Council of Europe 2017-2023 shifts the focus from disability to ability. The strategy has 5 rights-based priority areas, and they are anchored in European Convention on Human Rights, and each of them is also connected to the corresponding articles of the UN CRPD, aiming at its implementation in practice. The priority areas are: first is equality and non-discrimination. Second, awareness raising. Third, accessibility. Fourth, equal recognition before the law. And finally, the fifth, freedom from exploitation, violence, and abuse. The priority areas build on and further develop the existing body of work of the Council of Europe, bringing added value to the work done in other regional and international contexts, such as at the level of the UN and the EU. The implementation will be based on so-called twin-track approach, which means that one track comprises of specific projects, such as campaigns, trainings, etc. organized at the national and local levels by national stakeholders in our member states, where us, the Council of Europe, could provide support and input, for example, through peer-to-peer exchanges of good practices, studies and research, etc. The second track consists of mainstreaming disability-related issues in all the work and activities of the Council of Europe itself. Finally, to assess the progress in the implementation of the strategy, the ad hoc committee of experts on the rights of persons with disabilities will prepare biennial reports to be brought to the attention of the Committee of Ministers of the Council of Europe. Ladies and gentlemen, while it is easier to recognize and work towards removing legal or physical barriers, it is much harder to tackle our assumptions, our prejudices, and our stereotypes. Whether it is about collecting data or providing independent expertise and targeted analysis, or still providing advice and training, my organization, the Council of Europe, will strive to improve the everyday life of persons with disabilities. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ita, and it seems that this strategy is really hot from the press, so we're almost among the first to hear about it, so great timing from that point of view. Last, not least of our speakers, thank you for the patience. It's Honorable Marek Plura, member of the European Parliament from Poland, and he will speak in Polish with consecutive translation provided by the colleague sitting next to him, so that means a bit of extra time compared to the other speakers. And the question that we had shared with Mr. Plura is the following. Poland, as many other European Union countries, has a law requiring the private and public sector to employ a percentage of persons with disabilities. What would be your assessment of the effectiveness of the quota system, and what could be improved in your view? Thank you.
Thank you so much. Polska wprowadziła system kwotowy, podobnie jak większość krajów Unii Europejskiej. Analiza skuteczności polityk zatrudnienia osób z niepełnosprawnościami w Unii nie pozwala dzisiaj na jednoznaczne stwierdzenie, że system kwotowy jest bardziej skuteczny od systemu antydyskryminacyjnego, czy też odwrotnie. Dlatego warto zadać kolejne pytania.
Poland introduced a quota system similarly to the majority of the EU member states. Analysis of the efficiency of policies related to the employing persons with disabilities in the EU does not currently give a straightforward answer on whether the quota system is more efficient than the anti-discrimination policy, which is why more questions should be asked.
Należy zacząć od stwierdzenia faktu, że pracodawcy, zarówno prywatni, jak i publiczni, nie są w wystarczającym stopniu zmotywowani do zatrudniania osób niepełnosprawnych. Z drugiej strony osoby z niepełnosprawnościami nie są gotowe do podjęcia zatrudnienia. W tej sytuacji przyczyn należy szukać głębiej niż w samej konstrukcji systemu kwotowego.
Firstly, neither private nor public employers are currently motivated enough to employ persons with disabilities. Secondly, those people are not ready to begin working. In such a situation, we must look for causes beyond the construction of quota system.
Zacznijmy od osób z niepełnosprawnościami. Ograniczony dostęp do wczesnej interwencji, rehabilitacji, tendencja do wykluczenia z udziału w powszechnym systemie edukacyjnym prowadzi do marginalizacji, izolacji i wykluczenia społecznego. System orzecznictwa ciągle jeszcze nie wskazuje na mocne strony osoby niepełnosprawnej i nie definiuje niezbędnych instrumentów wsparcia w celu niezależnego życia. Orzeka się o niezdolności do pracy. Ja również mam orzeczenie o całkowitej niezdolności do pracy.
Let us begin by persons with disabilities. Limited access to early intervention and rehabilitation, as well as a tendency to be excluded from the education system, lead to marginalization, isolation, and social exclusion. The disability assessment system still does not focus on the strengths of people with disabilities and fails to identify the necessary instrument for reaching autonomy. Disability assessment institutions decide on inability to work. I, too, have a judgment declaring total inability to work.
System rentowy jest tak skonstruowany, że w przypadku podjęcia pracy, co zawsze wiąże się z ryzykiem, traci się świadczenia pieniężne. Niewielkie, ale pewne. Należy dodać jeszcze brak wsparcia w kształtowaniu kluczowych umiejętności i ograniczoną dostępność asysty. To są czynniki, które ograniczają zarówno możliwości, jak i motywację osób z niepełnosprawnościami do podejmowania zatrudnienia.
The pension system is constructed on such a manner that upon beginning employment, which always entails a risk, a person will lose this limited but secure revenue. Lack of support for fostering key skills and limited assistance should also be mentioned. All those factors limit both the possibilities and the motivation to find employment for persons with disabilities.
Jak wygląda to od strony pracodawcy? Niewątpliwie barierą po stronie pracodawców jest obawa przed problemami związanymi z zatrudnianiem osób z niepełnosprawnościami. Obawiają się oni zarówno problemów zdrowotnych, zagrożenia utratą ciągłości realizacji zadań, nie mają wiedzy o niepełnosprawności, boją się kosztów związanych z zatrudnieniem.
How does it look from the side of employers? The fear of problems linked with hiring persons with disabilities is certainly a barrier for employers. They are worried about health problems and the loss of work continuity. They lack knowledge of disability and fear the cost associated with such employees.
Pracodawcy nie chcą wikłać się również w biurokrację związaną z uzyskaniem i rozliczaniem dotacji. W sektorze publicznym niezatrudnianie osób z niepełnosprawnościami zawsze jest do uzasadnienia brakiem kandydata o odpowiednich kwalifikacjach. Co można i należy zrobić w tej sytuacji, aby osiągnąć wzrost zatrudnienia osób z niepełnosprawnością?
Employers are also unwilling to get entangled in the bureaucracy related to securing subsidies. In the public sector, non-employment of persons with disability is usually justified by the lack of candidates with appropriate qualifications. What can and should be done in such a situation in order to increase the number of employees with disabilities?
Myślę, że mechaniczna zmiana systemu kwotowego na antydyskryminacyjny nie jest rozwiązaniem. Analiza skuteczności polityk zatrudnienia osób z niepełnosprawnością w Unii Europejskiej nie wskazuje jednoznacznie przewagi jednego systemu nad drugim. Co więcej, coraz więcej państw członkowskich zaczyna stosować połączenie systemu kwotowego z antydyskryminacyjnym. Jest to logiczne w kontekście konwencji ONZ.
I think that a switch from the quota system to anti-discrimination policy is not a solution, since studies undertaken in the EU do not give conclusive results concerning the superiority of the one system over the other. An increasing number of member states is beginning to use a mix of the two systems. It is logical with the context of the EU Convention.
Po to, aby zwiększyć zatrudnienie osób z niepełnosprawnością, musimy
To increase employment of persons with disabilities, we must
poprawić dostęp do wczesnej interwencji i rehabilitacji,
improve access to early intervention and rehabilitation,
zapewnić dostęp do powszechnego systemu edukacji,
grant access to the general education system,
zmienić system orzecznictwa,
change the judiciary system,
zapewnić, żeby świadczenia rentowe były związane ze zwiększonymi kosztami utrzymania i nie przepadały wraz z podjęciem zatrudnienia.
ensure that pensions are linked with higher cost of maintenance and are not removed when employment begins.
Zwiększyć dostępność asysty osobistej.
Increase the availability of personal assistance.
Uprościć procedury przyznawania dotacji na zatrudnienie, na przykład poprzez wprowadzenie vouchera lub budżetu osobistego.
Simplify procedures related to securing subsidies, for example, through vouchers or personal budgets.
Utworzyć system wsparcia pracodawców, tak aby zatrudnianie osób z niepełnosprawnością nie wiązało się tylko z problemami.
Create a system of support for employers, so that employing person with disabilities is not only linked with problem.
Prowadzić stałą kampanię w celu poszerzenia świadomości w zakresie zatrudniania osób z niepełnosprawnością. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Plura. Interesting to see the reference also to the disability assessment process that also, Prince Miret, you mentioned as one of the problems that people with disabilities face when this assessment is purely medical and focusing on what people cannot do instead of focusing on what they can do. No? It's a very frequent thing, and we are starting as UN agencies to work together to try to give some guidance on how that can be improved. I have been told that we can go on for another 20 minutes. So you should be getting ready in a minute to make some good and short, very short questions or comments. But before that, I'm taking the liberty as moderator to ask a second question to just one of our panelists, because I was particularly embarrassed, Prince Miret, to see you struggling through the time constraints. And the second question, in fact, that we had prepared for you is particularly important, because it relates about the situation of women with disabilities. And I think it's very important that we devote a bit of time to the specific additional challenges of women with disabilities, especially in a region like the Arab region, where in general the employment levels of women are far below those of men. Prince Miret.
Thank you, sir. How much time do I have? It is a fact that my country is a very male-dominated country, but that doesn't mean there is no hope or that all is lost. On the contrary, I think with our new law, which is a very anti-discriminatory law, and I hope to God that it will be legislated without too many deletions in Parliament. I'm very hopeful. I do think also that civil society back home in Jordan needs to step up and play a larger role. I think the disabled people's organizations need to also step up. The organizations at the moment are, I wouldn't say very mature. They need to maybe mature more and lobby more and become more active. And I think that would be a great help. I think once people with disabilities in Jordan are able to vote, only a small percentage actually go and vote in our parliamentary elections and our municipal elections. I think that will have a big effect also. And to tell you the truth, I'm not so worried about our girls, because our girls are our best students in our schools and in universities. By far, there's a big disparity between girls and boys and when it comes to grades. So there's more hope for our girls than for our boys, I think. And in actual fact, just two weeks ago, a blind girl got the highest mark in the high school exam. A blind girl got the highest mark in our high school exam, which is the Tawjihi exam. So there's a lot of hope, I think. And just the last thing, there's a last point. There's a great emphasis on the emancipation of women in Jordan and getting women more and more into the workforce, because that will help us keep our high birth rate down. I mean, the more women in the workforce, the more the birth rate will come down, and that's something that we aspire for. So thank you.
Thank you, Prince Miret, and thank you for the co-panelists to allow me to make this well-deserved exception. We have now about 10 minutes to get questions and comments from the floor. I guess we are sitting here in a place where we can't see you almost, because we have like lights on us as if we were going to be interrogated by the police. But I can see a few hands over here, and I guess somebody has a microphone, which I don't know. Sorry, everyone has a microphone. Okay, so the gentleman next to Eric, and then Eric, and then I go to the first floor, and then, let's see.
Thank you. I am from Azerbaijan, and I represent Fair Cox's Children Network, Israel Iskandarov. I would like to bring your attention to two things. First of all, about commuter level disability, because everybody are discussing here very high level problems, but please give attention in community level that there are no technology or very less level technology, and access to vocational training, it is impossible. And the second suggestion is why we are thinking only vocational skills training. I think world are already using company-based training, and I hope that you can give suggestions to local government about to develop company-based apprenticeship activities, that informal education, that it can give more result than vocational skills training, because for vocational skills training it needs place and access, possible to access for people, but for community level it will be better to have access in near the business. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much. Let me just take the point about apprenticeship, because in the global challenge to promote youth employment, not just people with disabilities, not just youth with disabilities, in general, apprenticeship schemes is one of the avenues that has been agreed at global level. And in fact, the ILO and in collaboration with the International Organization of Employers has promoted a global apprenticeship network, which is setting up national apprenticeship networks in many countries. What we need to ensure from the disability side is that these national apprenticeship networks are inclusive of apprentices with disabilities. Mm-hmm. So I think, thank you for bringing that to our attention. Eric Chang from UNDESA.
Thank you very much. It is very interesting discussion over here. I have a question perhaps to Joseph and Ita in terms of a policy recommendation to member state. For example, a hacking institution to the current administration of United States regarding to how promote further the opportunity of job opportunity and employment of persons with disability. It seems to me there are two policy approaches over here. And the United States was cited as an example, have this non-discrimination legislation and robust enforcement, where in other cases we see targeted actions, twin approach towards this issue. And why, for example, there are questions asked by the moderator, why you have these 20 years of an implementation of ADA, American Disability Act, well, the employment rate is relatively still low. So how you overcome these difficulty and challenge and make more progress? In the European Council, European Union actually, on the one hand, you are improving your policy and legislation, but seems to me you also have quite a lot of affirmative actions in the member states. So the question, again, back to the question I asked, is how you are going to advise with innovative ideas based on solution you see in both public and private sector. Thank you.
Thank you, Eric. I will give time to answer, first to think about the question. The question was not easy, so you have a few minutes to think about it. But I will finalize first to get a few more comments from the ground, and then I will give the final 5-6 minutes, more or less each 1 minute to each of the panelists, and then you should try to answer some of the issues that came up from the floor. I have now Ingrid here in the first floor, and a gentleman over there, and a gentleman over there. So I have 3 speakers, 4, and I don't think I will be able to have more. So Ingrid, you start.
Thank you, Stefan. Here's Ingrid from the World Future Council. I would like to ask a question in particular to Mr. Jones. The US has a new president since January who, besides a new wall, he promised also many jobs. So what do you expect from him in terms of the rights of persons with disabilities?
Okay, interesting question. I will go back behind Ingrid, the gentleman with the nice tie, yeah? Please, just put on the...
Okay. My name is Omar. I have a question for Prince Murad. My question is, one of the solutions you said was forming a committee. And me as a citizen of Jordan, I don't think that such a committee can make a big difference as laws have been implemented already and not a big response has been made by the private sector and by the citizens of Jordan. So what does the Prince think?
Okay, some young skepticism about the committees, which we'll be happy to answer. The gentleman over there with glasses, yes.
Thank you. So I come from Spain, and in Spain we have both in the private and the public sector, companies or the public institution must hire a certain percentage of persons with disabilities, and enterprises that hire people with disabilities also receive a direct economic aid and so on. But that doesn't work. The unemployment rate of persons with disabilities in Spain is still very high. So I think, I doubt of the usefulness of these legal measures, legal incentives to the inclusion of labor inclusion of people with disabilities. I think we must explore completely new ways. I don't know which are these new ways, but I think the legal measures we are used to do not work in practice. What's the view of the panelists?
Okay, thank you. Well, just a very quick reaction as an ILO, we would not undermine the role of legal measure and incentives, but it's true that they are not enough. I think we need to find additional things. I would not throw them away, because I think some of the changes have been happening thanks to that, but definitely they have not, and we saw the example from the ADA in the US, they in themselves will not achieve the objective we all have. I will give them one more floor. I can see a gentleman just down there. Yes, you have the hand up, please go ahead.
Okay, thank you very much. My name is Bhaskar Bhattacharjee. I am from Bangladesh. I am a person with visual disability. Friends, believe me, if community have respect and positive thinking, then people with disabilities could be a strong workforce. I was struggle years and years to get a job. I didn't get a job. And I started with a local NGO with a $50 per month salary after 5 years of waiting. Believe me, now I am recruited as a national consultant accessibility at Prime Minister Office. As a blind person in a country like Bangladesh, it is an example. We struggle, finally we are successful, and we proven our ability. So acceptance of people with disabilities is very important. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much. So I will now go back to the panel. Please feel free to comment to any of the issues that were raised, particularly those that were raised directly to you. But all that in 1 or 2 minutes maximum, and also think about what sort of take-away message you want to include in that. I'll start, Joseph, with you, if that's okay.
Well, thank you for your questions. I think that I have a couple things to address at some point. I want to first just say that it's a great opportunity to be here, and it's things like this that actually will help to push some of the policy changes that need to occur. Hearing from the individuals who are doing this on a regular basis and getting that information back to our policymakers in the U.S. is really important. I also wanted to mention that one of the things that we're doing as an institute is we started our first Harkin International Disability Employment Summit that happened last December. I think many people in this room were there, and we're able to pull together people from the business sector, both corporations, microenterprises, startup businesses, along with academics and NGOs and government, all to talk about more inclusively putting people with disabilities in the workforce around the world, and that includes in the US. And from that, we hope to produce several sets of policy recommendations that we can make both for the government sector, but also for the business sector. I think there's going to be a combining of processes both to incentivize businesses to employ persons with disabilities, but also to get businesses to understand and see that it is not a huge hurdle to make some of those accommodations that need to be made. It's just a matter of them seeing that modeled from other businesses. So that'll come from both sectors. And yes, it has taken a while to evolve to get to jobs. It was really getting the foot in the door when we initially started ADA in our country to even recognize people with disabilities as being just regular people. And so now we're at that stage where we need to talk about that in the workforce, and moving that into that arena has been the goal of the Harkin Institute's disability work since our inception. As far as employing persons with disabilities in terms of the large jobs that were promised by the current administration, we'll see. It's only been a month. It's been a long month for some, but it's been a month. And we will remain cautiously optimistic that those jobs will be created, but also that the new labor secretary will keep into consideration people with disabilities as they are looking for meaningful work in our workforce.
Thank you, Joseph. Good luck with that. Ita, over to you.
Yes, thank you for your question. Eric, right? Hi. I have to make a distinction. I think there was a slight confusion between my organization and European Union. We are not the same, which also means that the strategy which we just elaborated is not binding instrument for the member states. We come together by consensus, and all the different priorities are chosen together by 47 member countries. Therefore, we can only advise them. We can use an opportunity to remind them the obligations that majority of 44 members of 47 member states that we have signed the UNCRPD. Therefore, we can only remind them the obligations that they have to undertake. But we can only be guiding them rather than giving them the binding instrument and saying you have to do this and that. So that also means that once we get together and once we decide to implement something, this is a consensus of 47 member states. And usually countries are very committed. Again, these 5 priorities have been crystallized after almost a year and a half of negotiations, and every single member state that is part of our committee that deals with the issues of persons with disabilities is committed regarding all these 5 priorities. And hopefully in 2023, I will be here again, and we will be able to discuss what has happened and how the strategy was implemented, and I can give you the results then. Thank you.
Thank you, Ita. Prince Miret.
Thank you, Omar, for the very difficult question. Actually, it pleases me so much to see you here, because, I mean, you give me hope, and I hope in the future that you will help champion this cause in Jordan. And like you, I don't like committees too much, and sometimes back home we form a committee to form a committee, and so I agree with you. But I think on the point of the point that I made was regarding the Equal Opportunity Committee, and if hopefully if managed correctly and if managed in the right way, it will be chaired by our Secretary General of the Higher Council, who's a blind gentleman who just recently was appointed as our Secretary General for the rights, or for the Higher Council for the Rights of People with Disabilities. And he's an absolutely fabulous gentleman, and extremely bright, and I think the first time in Jordan that an individual of his magnitude has been appointed at the executive level. So we're very proud of him. And he's going to manage this committee. And that's an enforcement mechanism to make sure that people with disabilities are able to find employment. And if they don't find employment, or they're forbidden or not given jobs because of their disability, then that we can take them to town on that. So hopefully it will be an effective committee, and it's one of my jobs to make sure that it will be an effective committee. So thank you.
Thank you, Prince Miret. Mr. Plura, from the member of the European Parliament, he will answer or make some comments to the question raised by a gentleman from Spain. So Mr. Plura, please.
Bardzo dziękuję. Jestem przekonany, że dla pozytywnych zmian na rynku pracy osób z niepełnosprawnościami konieczne jest, aby zostały spełnione 3 podstawowe warunki.
Thank you very much. I'm convinced that to improve the situation of persons with disabilities on labor market, there are 3 necessary conditions.
Osoby z niepełnosprawnością muszą być odpowiednio przygotowane i wyposażone do podjęcia zatrudnienia.
Firstly, persons with disabilities must be well prepared and equipped to start employment.
Niezbędna jest motywacja do wyboru zatrudnienia w miejsce zasiłku i bierności.
They must be motivated to choose work instead of pension and inactivity.
I wreszcie po trzecie, konieczne jest przygotowanie i motywacja pracodawcy.
And finally, thirdly, employers must be motivated and prepared to hire persons with disabilities. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Plura. Also, thank you for the previous diagnostic, that very thorough diagnostic that you made, and this suggestion that quota and anti-discrimination should be combined, which I fully would agree with. Final 1-minute message to take home, both from Schwab and Daniela. Daniela, do you want to start?
Yes. Caught by surprise. 2 things. Fairy tales. Fairy tales have 2 effects. Positive, negative, depends. Fairy tales talk about dreams. Dreams can become reality, illusions don't. Fairy tales, though, can also keep transmitting and transferring stereotypes, and that will hamper what we're trying to achieve here today. An example, we should teach our children that what the symbols of fairy tales. Captain Hook, disabled, evil. The witch in Snow White, deformed body, evil, bad. And a few others I could mention right now. So without even realizing it, we keep teaching fear and stereotypes and taboos to our children. Stories are good. They were created for a reason, these fairy tales. But we have to teach our children what they meant in those times, okay? No censorship, just explaining things. And the other thing that you might wish to take away with you, and I loved it, I loved it, I loved it. Let's leave the Ds at home and bring here abilities. Thank you.
Thanks, Stefan. I just wanted to mention a few things. One that I was asked to speak on Africa, and the one thing I forgot earlier to mention is the strength of civil society organizations in Africa. The one advantage we have very strong DPOs, very strong organizations of people with disabilities, and that's why we could form the African Disability Forum and have that level of support that we have now throughout Africa. Now, that's not an automatic thing, and I mean, as you mentioned earlier, I was the previous special rapporteur for the UN on disability, and it's not the same in every part of the world. There's regions in the world where there's very weak civil society organizations and almost no DPOs. So that's a great advantage for the implementation of the Sustainable Development Goals, because we are hoping and we are working towards improving the capacity of civil society to monitor the implementation of the SDGs, of those goals over the next 15 years, and we're hoping that if civil society is strong enough to hold government to account, then we would see some real delivery on the ground. And in that process, hopefully, also that the capacity of the state to provide those services will improve. So that's my final thoughts on where we're going in Africa and with the African Disability Forum. Thanks.
Thank you, Shoaib, and I think that's a very nice way to finish the roundtable with a message of optimism and action-oriented optimism, I would say. So thank you to all the co-panelists. I think they deserve another round of applause, and so thank you for the audience.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Hello, everyone. Great to see you here. Wonderful. So welcome very much to the European Policymaker Forum on Advancing Vocational Training and Employment. I'm Ingrid Teindorf from the World Future Council, and I'm doing the policy research and conference organization of the Zero project. And this year we concentrated on employment policies, which was very exciting, which took us around the world. We had 48 nominations from all around the world, and 11 policies will be awarded tomorrow. But I won't talk about this now, because tomorrow is a big day. Now, I hand over to Silvia, who's co-chairing with me.
Hello, everybody. Welcome again from my side. I'm Silvia Balmas. I'm working for the European Foundation Center. The European Foundation Center is an association, an international association of foundations, and it's basically a platform for connect, learn, and work together. And within disability, we have a group. A member of the group is also, one of the members is also Essl Foundation, and together we are trying to mainstream disability in the philanthropic sector. So foundations aren't acting alone, but they like to work in collaboration with all the stakeholders of the society, and in particular with policymakers at the national, at the European level as well. So here we are in the right place, and I think we can start the conversation now.
Great. So to kick off this session, we would like our honorable members of parliaments and representatives of the European Commission to introduce themselves a little bit more to you. So to my left, I have Senator Martin Conway from Ireland. Martin, would you like to say a few words about yourself?
Thank you. Thank you, Ingrid. And again, it's great to be here in Vienna at the Zero Project Conference. And the topic this year is extremely important. My background is I am a visually impaired member of Parliament. I'm the first visually impaired member of the Irish Parliament, the Irish Senate, and I'm on my second term. I was elected initially in 2011, and I did a 5-year term, and I was re-elected last February. So I've a year of my second term done, and lots to talk about in terms of where Ireland has come from over that 6-year period, and you know, the hopes and aspirations. Like we are on the verge of ratifying the UN Convention on the Rights of People with Disability. It's going to happen within a matter of weeks, which is very exciting from an Irish perspective, and certainly long overdue, but given where we've come from in Ireland in the last 6 years, I'm sure you will appreciate it. It's a fairly significant milestone and a significant achievement.
Exciting times indeed, and our congratulations certainly to your re-election.
Thank you.
Now, turning to our right, there is Honorable Franz Josef Huenig. Franz Josef, would you like to say a few words about yourself?
Yeah, I hope you can hear me. My voice is a little bit slowed down from the respirator. I'm a member of the Austrian Parliament, and I'm speaker for people with disability, for the People's Party, and I'm also speaker for international cooperation, and in my work I have also the perspective to engage myself in for developing cooperation and also for accessibility and equality rights. Yeah, and I'm in Parliament since 15 years. Became old in Parliament a bit, yeah. But there are so many things to do that the time runs on the way.
Thank you very much, and congratulations for also being 15 years in Parliament. That's certainly an achievement. And now to my left, the representatives of the European Commission, Immaculada Plasencia Porrero. Immaculada, would you like to say a few words about yourself?
Thanks, Ingrid. Yes, well, just as a brief introduction, my background, I started working on disability matters, focusing on research on assistive technology some 25 years ago at the European Commission. And from there, I've moved into policy and legislation. Now I am the person responsible for the European Accessibility Act, and which is under DG Employment, and it is the unit that is responsible also for the implementation of the UN Convention, is the focal point for the Convention for the European Union. So I combine the accessibility with a wider tasks related to the Convention and the European Disability Strategy. Thank you.
Thank you, Immaculada, and thank you all the panelists for those introductions. I would like to start our panel with a question directed to both Mr. Conway and Huaming. So you have been elected to the Parliament, to the National Parliament of Ireland and Austria. Were there any disability-related obstacles that you have to overcome in order to become and work as a member of Parliament? Mr. Conway, please.
Absolutely. I suppose Ireland is a bicameral country. We have two parliaments. We have the lower house, which is known as Dáil Éireann, and we have the upper house, which is known as Seanad Éireann. Dáil Éireann is directly elected by the citizens in a PRS TV multi-seat constituency format. So effectively, various political parties will run more than one candidate because the seats are either 4-seaters or 5-seaters. So it's extremely competitive. Somebody like me who has an obvious disability, who can't drive and has difficulty recognizing faces, would find that system very competitive. I am elected to the Seanad, which is elected by other policymakers, county councillors, local authority members, or municipal district members, as to be known in some parts of Europe. And I get elected on one of those panels. So I'm dealing with what I would describe as a professional electorate, and I can tell my story to them and they see my performance. It would be my ambition to be elected to Dáil Éireann by the people of my constituency, which is County Clare, which is in the west of Ireland. And I would have a significantly high media profile. So, you know, in ways that I am disadvantaged in not being as mobile around the constituencies as I would like, and the difficulties obviously I have with recognition of individuals. I would try and make up for it by using the skills I have in terms of my media performance and my performance on television and radio. But the challenges are very significant, but as one of your speakers said earlier today, I look at the glass half full and not half empty. I see the opportunities and challenges that are out there rather than the difficulties and you know, difficulties and disadvantages that are obvious and apparent. So I think with a positive attitude, it's certainly what drives me politically. And, you know, I believe I have a significant responsibility in Ireland to be a role model because we have 270,000 blind and visually impaired citizens in Ireland. We have 10% of our population, if not more, have disabilities. There are very, very few in Parliament. At the moment, I am the only member of either the Dáil or the Seanad, either houses of Parliament, with a declared disability, which is very, very poor in terms of representation, given the fact that 10% of the population are. And being the only ever elected visually impaired person, out of the millions of visually impaired people over the decades from Ireland, it does, I suppose, point to the very difficult challenges that are there to get over the line and be successful.
Thank you very much. We believe the challenges are so much, but keep positive attitude, is the message. Thank you. Mr. Huaming, what have been the challenges for you? Sorry? Wanik.
It's a difficult name.
Sorry.
How I came in Parliament. I was asked by the Chancellor Wolfgang Schiff and Maria O'Callaghan was General Secretary of the People's Party, and she has a daughter which is blind, and she thought that it would be important that that a member of Parliament with a disability works in the Parliament, so that the real life of a person with disability will be worked out in the legislation. And it was I haven't worked before in the People's Party. It was a high risk for the party and also for me. And before I was very engaged at an NGO for inclusive education and at the beginning there was a lot of insecure from the other colleagues. How should we speak with him? How should we greet him? Because I don't shake hands. That's a bit unusual for a politician. And but it works very good. I have not a very loud voice, but my colleagues learned to listen at low voices, and we reached a lot of appointments. But we reached a lot. Okay.
Thank you very much. So let's dive into employment issues, which is the main topic of our conference of these 3 days. And our first question goes to my left, to Senator Conway. So we heard you are the Irish Senate spokesperson on justice, disability and equality. And Ireland, as you probably know, has undergone a very deep recession with an unemployment rate that rose to 14.8% in 2012, which hit also hard many persons with disabilities. It seems now that the country is back on track with an employment rate that decreased to about 8% in spring 2016. And very interestingly, in 2015, it developed a 10-year comprehensive employment strategy for people with disabilities. So this has been launched 2 years ago, so it's not much time, but still, we would like to know from Senator Conway, do you consider the step per se as a success? What is the status of its implementation? And what, in your view, still needs to be improved?
Okay, Ingrid. Actually, the figures for unemployment were released yesterday for 2017, for all of 2016, and it's now actually at 6.2%. So Ireland has now over 2 million people working, 2,050,000 people working. But unfortunately, when it comes to disability and people who have disabilities, our record is extremely poor. You are correct. We had a very difficult and very deep recession which kicked off in 2008, 2009. Prior to that, our record in terms of employment of people with disabilities was significantly below the European average. So you can imagine then when the recession hit, and hit very hard, that got worse. We had a situation where we were in a bailout for about 2 years after 2011. We went into a bailout in December 2010. You know, the government's #1 priority was to rescue the economy and try and get us out of the bailout in Ireland. And they did succeed in doing that. They also set up various action plans to create employment, which were very focused and very targeted, and they started in 2012. But there was no comprehensive strategy, no proper focused approach for getting people who had various disabilities working. In Ireland, of blind and visually impaired people who I would have a particular knowledge of, only 16% of people between 18 and 64 actually are in paid employment. So flip that, we are in a situation where 84% of them are unemployed, whereas in a lot of other European countries, it's 30 to 40% of people of that age bracket are in employment. So really, we're starting from an extremely low base. Yes, it's correct, we're 2 years into the comprehensive employment strategy, which was a focused effort by government to pull all of the agencies together, get them to work in unison to try and improve the figures. Has it worked? I regret to say it hasn't really shown any significant improvements yet. It is a 10-year strategy. We are just under 2 years into it. I think it was launched in October, November 2015. So we're probably a year and a half into it. We're coming from a low base. It's probably going to take time. What should be done? I think we need to see a lot more in Ireland, a lot more of what you were talking about over lunch today in terms of role models within the private sector. There's a lot of unique, good examples, but not enough of them. We need to change the attitudes of business people, human resource managers, and we need to provide incentives to assist them in changing their attitudes. You know, that's a cultural thing as much as anything else. And yes, it has to be done. We now have a new government that's almost a year in office. For the first time, we have a senior cabinet minister with specific responsibilities for disability. It's something that we haven't had before. There was a 40% increase in funding to various disability organisations in the last budget for 2017, whereas up until then we saw significant cuts. So we have a long way to go, but we have taken a number of baby steps, which one would have to be hopeful. And certainly the comprehensive employment strategy is trying to bring all of the good that's out there with various organisations and NGOs and various state agencies in a focused, collaborative way where hopefully there will be tangible results. And we can only judge these things by results. And 2 years out of 10 is probably early days, but I would live in hope. But I would be disappointed that we haven't had some early wins and early successes, because I certainly believe that early wins and early successes gives credibility to a strategy, and we haven't had them, unfortunately.
Thank you, Mr. Conway. I'm now directed my question to Mr. Huining. You say before that in 2002 you have been elected for the first time member of the, as a first wheelchair user of the Austrian Parliament. So it's 15 years now, so it's a long time. I believe that in 15 years you have faced many political achievements also in terms of rights of people with disability regarding employment. Can you refer precisely to 3 of them?
The first achievement to mention is, of course, the ratification of the UN Convention we made 2018 Parliament, and we have monitoring committee which looks that their goals are worked out, and we have made a national action plan from 2012 to 2020, and with 9 key topics and 250 measures, and so there's a lot to do. There's also the umbrella organization, they are working with experts from all parts of institutions together to bring them together and to bring solutions. The second thing is the Disability Equality Act. It's especially for accessibility and anti-discrimination, and we made a very good tool. The name is Schlichtungsverfahren. So before you can go to court and but before you there's the possibility to bring the people together and to talk about possible solutions, and in 50% they find solutions, and they don't have to go to the court, and so that's, I think, a very good way to handle about. And the third thing is the sign language, which is now a minority language, and accepted minority language in the Constitution. And this was very hard to realize, to work out in Parliament, because there were a lot of cliches and prejudice, and so especially pedagogics means that the kids shouldn't speak in a sign language, then they don't learn the normal way of speaking, the loud speaking, and yeah, but now it's they have a law.
Thank you. Many sites, many things to do, indeed. The National Action Plan, the Disability Equality Act. I think there's also some reform coming up in this field. But let's switch now to the European Union level, and let's hear from our representative from the European Commission. How is actually the European Commission complementing national policy making in the field of disability employment? Are there maybe control mechanisms, and what sort of means of communications exist, and how can they be improved?
Thank you, Ingrid, for the interesting but at the same time very complex question. When it comes to disability policy, the bulk of the responsibilities in Europe lays still with the member states. There are a lot of national responsibilities in relation to social protection, in relation to employment. There are other areas which relate more to the internal market, for example, or transport, where there is much more activity and competence at European level. In all the cases, we work very closely together with the member states. When we develop policies to support or to coordinate or to exchange information with the member states through different mechanisms. Of course, each of the European institutions, I come from the Commission, but we have the European Parliament, the Council, and us, the European Commission, and each of the institutions maintain that link with the national levels through their own methods. I mean, you heard in the previous session in this room representative of the European Parliament coming from Poland. There will be another one coming from Belgium tomorrow. And we work together with the European Parliament and as an institution in what we call the interinstitutional, through interinstitutional arrangements. We have our own working methods. Also, with member states directly in Council, we discuss the policies, the proposals for legislations, for example, at the Commission, in informal settings in which Council members representing their own countries bring their own positions, and we try to achieve at the end a European results. That is in the interinstitutional setting. Then, as European Commission, we also have our direct links with member states. For example, we have in the area of disability an expert group called the High-Level Group on Disability. And their experts from member states responsible for disability policies come together with the Commission, and also together with disability organizations that operate at European level. And we discuss different policy initiatives, legislative measures, and so forth. For example, we discuss with them the implementation of the convention. We discuss thematic areas. For example, last year we published a report that was being done together in which each member state explained what are they doing in the area of employment and vocational training, how it is approached in the different countries, what type of measures are there, what type of incentives, what type of legislative framework beyond the European framework, because we also have a European framework in relation to employment of disabled persons that for which we as a Commission have the obligation to monitor its proper implementation at national level. This is, for example, the directive that protects persons with disabilities from discrimination in the area of employment. This has been done. Then there are cases during the implementation that are brought to the European Court of Justice, for which then common interpretations of the European legislation is being set through jurisprudence, and this goes back to the national level for applying the directive in a uniform way. For example, to give you an example of those two elements, there has been a couple of court cases at European level about the definition of disability. What is disability in the context of the Employment Equality Directive? This definition has been evolving through jurisprudence to get more in line with the UN Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disability, having been the first interpretation much more made based on a medical model. And we see that shift happening, and that will permeate then to the national levels. As another example of how we monitor the proper implementation or adequate implementation of EU law, there was the transposition, an issue about the transposition of the concept of reasonable accommodation in one member state, and then the Commission took action in order to ensure that that transposition was done properly. In terms of policy measures, other policy measures, for example, there is support or a policy framework being set, for example, so that the state aid allows for the use of financial support in order to employ persons with disabilities. Also, we work very closely together with member states' authorities for the implementation of the social funds. It is a fund that relates or can be used for social inclusion of persons with disabilities, and then it's the management of those funds are shared management. So this means that member states have a big role in implementing and in spending those funds, in management of the funds, and we work very closely together with the management authorities to make the best use of those funds. Finally, through this support that we are providing to European level NGOs, so to civil society, we support them in participating at European level in the policy discussions, but also their members are national. And these levels of discussions at European level again permeate the national level through their national members. So as you see, I mean, we provide support through a collection of data, exchanges of best practices. In relation to monitor, I would not want to call it monitor, as you asked about monitoring exactly, but it is, or controlling, you said controlling, I would say about monitoring, collecting data about the situation of disabled persons. A very useful thing that we are doing is to get comparable data on the employment situation of disabled people for each member state and see how that compares with persons without disabilities, and what is also, we provide data about the European average. So we try to put evidence on the table on the situation and see how that, those figures are progressing. So to summarize, quite a wide range of initiatives and methods of working together in order to achieve a common goal of improving the employment situation.
Thank you very much, Immaculada. So we have learned now about the European level. So I want now to ask my question to the national level. So Mr. Conway first. How do you see the interaction between the EU at the national level and its impact on the rights of people with disability, in particular when it comes to vocational training and employment?
I would consider it critical. Of course, Brexit is a word that's very popular and disturbing really in Ireland at the minute, because obviously our relationship with the European Union as a country is extremely important to us, and how we are going to interact with Europe post-Brexit is extremely important to us as well. Because we joined the European Union in the early 70s because Britain joined, and we were really seen as effectively one nation, although we are very, very separate and we are not one nation, but because the intricacies and the engagement and the level of trade and so forth between Ireland and England was so significant. When England joined it, it was a natural thing for us then to join it. Fast forward to 2017 and the triggering of Article 50, it's going to certainly create a whole new narrative between Ireland and Europe. Thankfully, in terms of an economy, we're not as dependent as we were on England and the UK, but that said, we are still very dependent. So, like, you know, the narrative in terms of Europe and Ireland is very much going to be defined over the next couple of years. In terms of disability policy, the European Union and Ireland, Ireland would be very much supportive and very much would want to engage and do what is set at European level. The fact that we are now just weeks away from ratifying the UN Convention on the Rights of Disability means that Ireland effectively has signed up to all international understandings when it comes to disability. Naturally, as an island nation, we will continue to require support from Europe, and you know, the various initiatives that are embarked upon for equality in general for Ireland will continue to require the financial support of our colleagues in the European Union.
Thank you very much, Mr. Conway. I just would like to say to the audience that after the intervention of Mr. Wanning, we will get some questions. So be ready, please. So, Mr. Wanning, could you please respond from the Austrian side? Thank you.
Sorry, for the break. Sometimes the need also breaks. In the work with the national parliament and the European Parliament, this work together could be improved, should be improved, because sometimes one hand doesn't know what the other is doing, and I think that European Disability Forum and the ÖR as an umbrella organization does here a very good work, because they inform the members of parliament what is going on, or when legislation is sticking, that we should do something, we should work together national and European side. Then they say, hello, you have to do something, like now in the European Accessibility Act, and so we hope that it will improve.
Thank you very much.
Okay, everyone. So we are ready for your questions to our panelists. Panelists can also ask questions, and we moderators have another list of questions, but I think the time won't suffice. So you have the first go. I see a hand up there. I think it's Professor Pujalte. Is somebody else in the line? Okay, Mr. Zelderlo. Okay, wonderful. So first, then Luc. Yes.
My question is a very brief question to Senator Conway. and it is, what is the situation in Ireland on the ratification of the UN Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities?
Okay.
Collect some questions. So let's collect some questions, and then we give it back to the panelists. Thank you. So another question was there in the back. Luc Zederlo.
Thank you, Ingrid. Indeed, Luc Zederlo, Secretary General, ESPD, a network of support services for persons with disabilities. Actually, I have two questions. I have a question for Imma, and I have a question for the two other speakers. The work that is done by the European Union and by the European Commission on the Accessibility Act is absolutely essential. It is very good work, it is outstanding work, but at this stage it's blocked by some member states and by employers. So my question to Imma is, what can a gathering such as the one we have here in Vienna do to help deblock the situation? Because we really need a strong Accessibility Act. Accessibility is essential when we want to facilitate employment on the open labor market. So I'm sure that Imma has a few good ideas on how we can support her very important and very good work. Second question to the two other speakers. Quite often we see that the real bottleneck is the lack of communication and cooperation with employers, with the business world. So my question to the two speakers is whether they have examples on how authorities, national authorities, legal authorities engage with employers, open labor market employers, to facilitate employment of persons with a disability. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Luc, for these very pertinent questions. Over here, I see somebody else, please.
Hi, thank you. My name is Irad, I'm from Israel, and I wanted to ask Parliament member, Mr. Conway, can you please elaborate a little bit more about your 10 years plan? What did you do till now and what you're planning to do? Thank you.
Thank you. The lady next to you.
Hello, I'm Daphna from Israel as well. I'm working for the government of Israel, and one of the issues that we meet these few months, or actually few years, is the fact that we can't find enough people. The gentleman from behind asked about the connection with the employers. We have actually few centers to support employers. We have a lot of positions, but the main problem is to find the people with disabilities to suit these positions. Thank you.
Very important. You need also the people with disabilities if you have the job opportunities. Somebody else? I see no hand. Ah, somebody hidden behind the camera, yeah.
Yes, hello. This is Fulya from Turkey. I want to ask about vocational training. In which level does vocational training begin in your country? In secondary school or in high school, etc.? And how government does decide which vocational trainings should be in the curriculum? Do they speak with the representatives from labor market, or do they analyze the staff needs of real market? This is my question.
Thank you very much. Very important question. Oh, here, yeah, I forgot someone. This is the last one now, and then we go back to the panelists.
Thank you. I'm from Turkey, and we are working for human research. Turkey is signed the UN disabled policy in 2005. They are working in Turkey still, but some accessibility date is going or they are waiting many things still. One of them is accessibility. Because of for employment, we need sustainable. I mean, when the disabled people start to work, it took a little time 1 month, 2 months, 3 months. We always trying to private sector, it should go on. And we are asking about the UN policy, how you control the country about this situation. Thank you.
So I understand how you control how long the job is given to a person?
UN policy, Turkey accepted in 2005, but it's still going on. And do you have any control mechanism about this?
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Gives the word back to the panelists. Let's start on the left. Senator Conway.
Okay, thank you for the range of questions. In terms of the UN Convention on the Rights of People with Disabilities being ratified in Ireland, the reason it hasn't been ratified up until now was we had a number of pieces of legislation that passed through Parliament that was difficult and challenging in nature. Particularly around to do with various people who had mental health challenges and intellectual disabilities, particularly in the whole area of capacity legislation. That has all been done now, so there is no roadblocks remaining. So it's just a matter of just crossing the T's and dotting the I's. And the Convention for the Rights of People with Disabilities will be ratified, I would imagine, during this Oireachtas term. So I would be very hopeful that it will be done this side of Easter. In terms of the comprehensive employment strategy, it's the first time that Ireland has actually engaged to pull all of the various stakeholders together to get them to work together in a focused and driven way. We are about a year and a half into this strategy. It's a strategy that encompasses all of the various government agencies. Also, the trade union movement have had an input into it, and also the private sector. And the goal is to get more people with disabilities back to work. In order to move this forward and to drive it, because to be quite honest, it has really been stalled since it began, and that is my view. We now have a minister appointed at senior government level for the first time in Ireland. We have somebody sitting, as we call it, the cabinet table, with specific responsibilities for disabilities. It's taken that minister some time to get used to this role and to engage. So I would hope that minister, along with the jobs minister, will drive the strategy forward. But really, as we say at home, the proof of the pudding is in the eating, and we will know when the jobs are created for people with disabilities and the job opportunities that are there if people with disabilities succeed in getting through the interview process. I was involved in the establishment of an organisation in Ireland called AHEAD, which is the Association for Higher Education Access for People with Disabilities to third level education. And while a lot of the roadblocks for people at third level for people with disabilities accessing third level were overcome, unfortunately there are in our country, in Ireland, still significant roadblocks in terms of people making the next step into paid employment. And there has been a number of small initiatives like the WAM, the Willing Able Mentoring Programme, where people with disabilities got paid internships, and from that it led on to paid employment. So I suppose the employment strategy is looking at a whole host of different areas to try and, just deal with the roadblocks that are there. But it hasn't, and there's no point in anybody saying it has been successful so far. It hasn't. And we haven't had, as I've said earlier, any early wins with it. But I would always be optimistic that at least there is a strategy in place, at least there is a very senior person at the heart of government now driving the whole disability agenda. So if it's not working and it's found not to be working in a year's time, I imagine it will be reviewed. I think that was all from me, was it?
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
There was one question about the lack of cooperation with businesses. Maybe you quickly want to go on that.
Yeah, there was, unfortunately, there was no formalised structure in place for engagement with the private sector. There are no quotas for the private sector, and there is no incentives to achieve quotas for the private sector. In the public sector, the civil and public service, there is a quota of 3%, and to be fair to a lot of the government departments, they have actually exceeded that number in terms of people, certainly with physical disabilities, gaining employment. In the private sector, we have a long way to go to achieve anything like that. And, you know, I would hope that we will see a much further engagement. And conferences like this, the Zero Project conferences that start a conversation with business and use role models of businesses that have been successfully ran and have successful people within their movements with disabilities is important. And, you know, I would just say that, you know, hopefully we will see a much greater interaction with the private and business in Ireland, which we haven't had up until now.
Thank you very much. So another step to do. Honourable Huainik.
Yeah. Well, I also think that Zero Project Conference it's a big success for the dialogue between employers and people with disability. And Martin Essl makes a very good work, and he's planning now in 9 dialogue forums in the counties, and I think so. And this dialogue should be between politicians and employers and people with disability, and this is the way to get rid of cliches and prejudice. I also, as politician, often I have contact with employers. I write letters. One letter is I wrote to the chief of the Rewe concern, Billa, and Mr. Hensel, the leader of the concern here. He said, well, I got very mean letter of the parliament, and he came to the parliament, and we talked together, and they really changed their politics, and now they have a program for accessibility of the supermarkets, and also they are working out employee program. Another example, I think we have to be creative in finding jobs, and we have to think out of the box, and I had an idea that people with learning disabilities should be journalism training, and they should work in at the newspaper, and I contacted a big newspaper, the Courier, and then first they didn't want, but later on they said, okay, let's try it. And now there is a course of 6 people with learning disability, and they write the daily writing news in simple language, and this is what's their capacity and what they can do, and the other journalists can't do, and so they learn from each other. And this is, I think, the way we have to go and to find new jobs. This is the institution. It's a hard work, so the institution is here. The institution. It's not only hard to speak it out, only hard to bring it in a progress. But we have to do it.
Thank you very much. 2 wonderful best practices from Austria. So please write more letters. That seems to have also all of you start to write letters. Amnesty has a great success with that. So maybe we should start to write more letters.
In the letter, I include also a chocolate. So,
a little bit of corruption also allowed.
Maybe
not too much. Wonderful. So I would like to ask our panelists to get ready in 1 sentence their takeaway message for the audience. And you can think about it a little bit whilst Immaculada is sharing her answers to the questions.
Okay. The question was what can be done, what is the process now, basically, I think, of what is happening with the Accessibility Act, and how you can have your views being taken on board. I would like to, because I think that's the Act is not blocked. I mean, I have to say the discussions on the Act are not blocked. They are very, very alive discussions happening, and I think and I really hope that that will lead to a good result. But I think it's important that it is well understood what is happening now with the Act. The Commission adopted a proposal about a year ago, a bit more than a year ago. And the process now, what is happening now is that member states in Council and members of the Parliament, in the European Parliament, are getting their positions about that piece of paper, and simplifying a lot, but in order to clarify what the process is. So the Council, so the member states in Council, will reach what is called a common position, saying this is our view on the Commission proposal. We like it, we don't like it, we want more, we want less. That is what will happen. Then the European Parliament will produce a report, I mean it's happening in parallel, in which they would go through a similar process. And finally, the 3 institutions, Commission, Council and Parliament, will come together and reach an agreement on a final document. Now, the Commission position, the Commission proposal is public. You all know what our thoughts were. Parliament and Council are at the process of forming their positions before the discussion. So, what can you do to get your views brought into the process? You can, of course, talk to them. The Commission, by the way, following the better regulation the recent better regulation package, we had a public consultation after the proposal was on the table to get the views of the public on the Commission proposal. And that document is published. You can see what was the answer to that. But now the process is on the Council, is on the Parliament, so I would say talk to your member states, talk to your members of Parliament to share your views with them and follow the process in detail, because there will be different possibilities for you to give your views to this process. As I said, we don't know how long it will take. What is very important is that there is an agreement, a paper called the Joint Declaration, in which the three institutions, Commission, Parliament and Council, has decided that the Accessibility Act, the adoption of the Accessibility Act, is a priority for 2017. So there is really an objective to reach an agreement by the end of the year. That was the intention of that document. But we are at the beginning of the process, and I hope, that objective will be fulfilled. Thank you.
I would like to thank you all the panelists for the interventions. And before closing the session and hand over to the keynote speech afterwards, I would just start from my left to ask you for your 30-second, 1-minute maximum message to give to the public.
30 seconds, I need to einatmen. Employers who says it doesn't work with disability, people with disabilities can't be included, they haven't tried it. But employers who have tried it often says yes, well, it works. So I think that's the way that motivate them to have a direct contact and to try to employ a person with disability and so thanks.
Thank you for your message. Mr. Conway, your message.
Okay, just in terms of a final comment, the whole theme of this event is about employment. We all want equality. We all want no barriers. The one way I believe in securing equality is by people having the opportunity to work and contribute to society. That is the one leveler. It's the one way of creating an equal society. And I think as policymakers throughout Europe and as NGOs, and I've spoken to many NGOs and researchers who are here at this conference, we all have a responsibility to work hard to ensure that accessibility to employment is a right that's achieved, not just aspired to.
Thank you very much. I think we all agree. Immaculada Plasencia, your message?
Well, I think that in this area of employment, where there are still a lot of misconceptions and lack of knowledge of how persons with disabilities can participate in employment. Although it might sound like a cliche, I think that still there is a necessity to have resource centers, places where employers that want to employ persons with disabilities can go and say, what do I do? Where do I start? And I think these conferences can help to put those information together, but having it in a more structured way, it's still needed in Europe. Sharing resources, how do we do it? That is where we should be working harder. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, and we will leave the stage immediately and hand over to Caroline Casey.
Come on, everyone, a round of applause. Thank you very much, guys, for all of your input. Now, how are we? Is everybody getting a little tired? We've had a lot of information. Are we still awake? Yes, okay. So now listen, you really need to be awake right now because we have a wonderful keynote speech from a man called Graham Whippy, who is speaking on behalf of Channel 4. But Graham has had a long-standing career in inclusive business and has done extraordinary work with Lloyds Bank. He comes to us now, he is held on, but he has to get his plane and has to leave the building at 6 o'clock. So you can be assured you can get a little cup of coffee. And then you have to give me all your energy and get back into this room at 6:30 for a little bit of a boogie and our tech show. So for all of you that are here, can you just really give Graham a big old round of applause because everybody's tired and it's really hard to get on the stage in the last speech. So come on, let's give it for Graham Whippy. Come on, Graham. You're amazing. I'm here.
Thank you. Now, where's the clicker? There should be a clicker.
Oh, clicker, clicker. Who's got the clicker? Great.
Lovely. Right. Crikey. Well, thank you so much for sticking around to listen to me speak. It is only 15 minutes. I've got a script. I'm going to stick to it as best I can. But firstly, I'd really like to say that it's an absolute privilege to be here representing Channel 4 today. It's wonderful to be in a room with so many people who think the same as me. It's wonderful. So I'd like to just say thank you very much to Mr. Essl, to Michael Fenbeck and the other guys for giving me the opportunity. And a slight apology, touch of asthma at the moment. Who would embark upon a career that involves public speaking when they've got asthma? I don't know, what's all that about? So, 15 minutes or thereabouts on Channel 4's thoughts on employing disabled people, the why and the how. Now this is where I see if I can get the clicker to work. Which button is it? Right, okay, we're off. So, Channel 4, if you're not familiar with it, was created in 1982 by Margaret Thatcher's government. And it was set up as a public service broadcaster. And Channel 4 occupies a unique position in UK broadcasting in that we're owned by the public, but funded through advertising. Channel 4's remit from the very start, set by the government, was to be distinctive, to innovate, educate, stimulate debate, and appeal to a diverse audience. Channel 4's vision is for an inclusive and diverse workplace and industry, a place where we respect, embrace, and harness the uniqueness of individuals and their talents. We want viewers to feel that Channel 4 shows Britain the way it is, full of difference and variety. We want programme makers to feel that Channel 4 enables them to produce challenging, creative, diverse content that tells the stories of an inclusive and diverse society, utilising the talents of all. And we want our staff to feel that they can be themselves, they can be different, and be welcomed with open arms. So in that respect, diversity is very much within our DNA. Our remit also means that we have a duty to foster change in our industry, particularly in our network of independent production companies and other partners. We therefore want to harness the power of TV to go beyond our programmes and start a wider conversation in the media industry. So we see more disabled people appearing on screen and create a pipeline of disabled talent working in the TV industry. There are two levers that we can pull to do this. The first is to influence our industry partners and suppliers when casting programmes and building production teams. The second is to change our own backyard at Channel 4, the people who work there in the end-to-end chain from commissioning through to broadcast. Last year, we used our self-designated Year of Disability to pull those two levers. And just a word about the Year of Disability. This was timed to coincide with the Rio 2016 Paralympics. Channel 4 is the UK's broadcaster for the Paralympics. Phenomenal success in London 2012, and we built upon that with Rio 2016, broadcasting over 700 hours of disability sport. And it was just a perfect opportunity for us to capture the audience's imagination, the public's imagination around disability, and therefore further some goals of our own in terms of increasing the representation of disabled people in the industry. And I just realised I should have flicked forward on the slide. There we go. So, what did we set out to do? We made ourselves some very strong commitments around increasing the representation of disabled people on screen, off screen, and in our own backyard at Channel 4. We committed to double the number of disabled people on screen as actors, experts, presenters, or contributors in 20 of our biggest shows, such as One Born Every Minute, Hollyoaks, and Come Dine With Me. And I'd imagine if you don't live in the UK, you might not have seen those, but they are available on all 4. Off-screen, we committed to progress the careers of 20 mid-level disabled people within our 20 biggest suppliers, providing bespoke career advice and development for each person, helping them into production roles on programmes such as 24 Hours in A&E, or writing roles on drama programmes. And in our own backyard at Channel 4, we set ourselves the target of having 50% of our apprenticeship places filled that year by disabled people and 30% of our work experience placements. But our need for diversity goes beyond our remit. In practical terms, it's absolutely critical to our success. Firstly, in a competitive market, we must have the best talent, so we have to attract talent from the biggest pool possible. We don't care about the talent's gender, ethnicity, social status, or anything else. We simply want the best person for the job. Secondly, we know that diversity drives creativity. People with different backgrounds, different perspectives on life, different experiences will produce different and standout television programmes. And thirdly, we can't afford to exclude any group when we're recruiting, and that obviously means disabled people too. About 16% of the UK workforce has a disability. So can we really afford to turn away almost 1 in 5 people when we're trying to find talent? Simple answer is no, we can't afford to do that. We're also changing public perceptions around disability. The Channel's approach has been to follow the dual goals of getting people talking about disability whilst making it routine on screen. A great example of this is our programme called The Last Leg. This is an award-winning topical comedy show, talk show. We first aired it as an accompaniment to the 2012 Paralympics as a way of demystifying disability sport. It's fronted by three men. 2 of them are comedians and 1 is a sports journalist, and 2 of those 3 are disabled. What really made Last Leg stand out back in 2012 was the use of its hashtag, #IsItOK, which encouraged people to tweet questions about disability they weren't sure were acceptable to ask. For example, is it okay to high-five someone who's got no hands? By using humour, and often very cheeky or irreverent humour, it's helped remove stigma around disability and help break down the barriers between disabled and non-disabled people. And it's gone from being a vehicle to demystify disability sport into one of our flagship entertainment programmes. Another quick example, if I may. This example of how we're normalising disability on screen involves a little girl called Daisy. Daisy appeared in our programme, The Secret Life of 5-Year-Olds. This is the latest in the series that we've been running, looking at how children build relationships, play with each other, how they establish their place in society. So basically, we eavesdrop on children being children. In this particular series, when we're looking at 5-year-olds, it featured a little girl called Daisy who has cerebral palsy, and she uses a wheelchair. There were no big announcements about Daisy appearing in the programme. No fanfare, nothing. She just appeared. just like one of the other children. I knew nothing about this taking place. I'll say a little bit more about that in a second. So for me as a viewer, I flicked on to Channel 4 that evening, and I saw this little girl in a wheelchair, CP, playing with other children, interacting with them, and I thought, this is fantastic. Because what happened is we were able to see how the other children interacted with her. We could see their attitudes, their behaviours, we could see their honesty and their naivety. And for the adults watching, the children were holding up a mirror to the way that they behave. Now, the thing is that Daisy didn't just appear on the programme by magic. My colleagues put a lot of effort into finding her, making it happen, and going to the extent of making sure that the school and playground where we were filming was made fully accessible for her. And everything that was done to make that environment accessible was left after the filming finished. So it just makes me wonder, if you look at your own countries, how many of your broadcasters would actually go to that degree of effort? Now I'm just going to finish up by looking at what we're all here to talk about today, and that's disability and employment. So, Channel 4's approach to this topic. A question that I'm often asked by employers is, how can we recruit more disabled people? And that's obviously been a recurring theme through the course of today's discussions. My answer to this question is twofold. Firstly, don't think about recruitment as being an isolated activity. Instead, think of it as being part of an end-to-end employment journey, and then consider the barriers that disabled people face along that journey. For example, how do you attract disabled people to apply for roles in your organisation? Do you have a barrier-free selection process that helps them show themselves off to their best abilities? How good are you at onboarding them, for example, making adjustments? How good are you at actually developing their talent and helping them thrive in their careers and keep working for you? My second answer to this question about how to recruit more disabled people is that you actually need to sort out the right-hand side of this journey first before you will have success on the left. You need to demonstrate that you're a great place for disabled people to work before you will attract more of them. Therefore, focus first on retention, then recruitment. This end-to-end or holistic thinking has been captured in the disability strategy that I've helped Channel 4 define. Channel 4's vision is to be the best employer in the UK for disabled people by 2020. Now, Channel 4 will never be so arrogant as to make that claim, but there's absolutely no harm in having it as a stated goal. We're going to achieve that vision through 3 pillars of work. Those are having the best culture, the best capability and engagement, and the best infrastructure, taking those each in turn. The best culture will be driven top down by the leadership team and result in Channel 4 being a place where there's no stigma about disability and where disability is understood and embraced. The best capability and engagement means equipping our managers with the knowledge and confidence to support their disabled colleagues, help them thrive in their careers, and give our disabled colleagues the confidence and tools to achieve success, both at Channel 4 and beyond in the wider industry. And lastly, the least exciting of these 3 pillars of work, I normally say the least sexy of the 3, is the infrastructure. But infrastructure is critically important to getting this stuff right. And by the best infrastructure, I mean things like the best policies, the best processes, the best practices that enable us to embed best practice around disability throughout the organisation and make it actually become business as usual. I'm going to finish up by showing you a video that has helped us start our journey towards having the best culture. Last year, we wanted to encourage more people working at Channel 4 to share with us whether they had a disability or not, and in doing so, help us understand whether we were doing the right kind of things around attracting, recruiting and retaining disabled talent. As part of this, we ran what we called our Tell Us campaign. And as part of that, colleagues with disabilities volunteered to share their stories with the whole organisation in a series of This Is Me videos. The videos and the associated messages and reassurances around the purpose of the campaign and confidentiality of what they were sharing with us has resulted in us finding out that we had almost 4 times as many people working at Channel 4 than we first thought. I've got to say that as a disability consultant, I have not seen a data sharing campaign as successful as this. And absolutely critical to its success was the messaging. Disabled people will only share with you that they've got a disability if they firstly feel reassured that there's nothing bad's going to happen. Secondly, what's in it for me? What benefits do I get out of it? And Channel 4 was able, through the messaging and communications, to reassure people about confidentiality, reassure them about the purpose of why we wanted to know. We didn't use the language of disclosure, we talked about sharing. So, let me just show you the video, which is, it's a compilation of all of the This Is Me videos that were produced.
2016 is Channel 4's self-designated Year of Disability. It's the Paralympic year, we are the Paralympic broadcaster, and so there are all sorts of creative ways, hopefully, that we can make a difference.
This staircase, I'm not sure I feel too comfortable about going up there. It's just one of those things where TV compounds and TV trucks aren't designed for people like me in mind.
I realised I was not going for certain opportunities in case I'd have to write, or, you know, someone would see my pad, or I'd be in meetings and I'd kind of write really, really messy, just in case if anybody's looking over my shoulder, they can't see that I'm spelling something wrong.
Yeah, you're so frightened that people are going to judge you. And I can guarantee you there's a lot more people with depression at work than you think.
If someone's reading what I'm trying to say, that worries me. I'm worrying at what they're thinking about. When they're reading my words, it's like, God, is that what he thinks like?
It's actually really, really tricky for me to identify people just in passing. So unless you're talking or you make a point of saying hello, and that can, on occasion, be a little bit isolating. And it is one of those barriers that everybody can help to bring down.
We've done a lot of great work with superhumans and making disability, normalising it in society, but mental health feels like it's almost like their final taboo.
It's actually just saying, should we have a cup of tea, let's have a chat, how are things going? And just doing that as opposed to kind of having that awkward feeling barrier type thing that doesn't really help at all.
I learned not to be embarrassed about asking questions. The more questions you ask, the better. But crucially, remember the answers, and you're building a trust basically between the two of you.
It's really good that I have a manager who will be able to be like, okay, this is what I need you to do. And she doesn't see me as a burden. She doesn't see me as being stupid or lazy or anything like that. She's like, I understand that you have dyslexia and I will do this to help you. And it allows me to just sort of develop and become a better person at my job.
You know, when people send an email out and they say, does anybody have any dietary requirements? It's actually really helpful when people have sent an email that says, does anybody have any access requirements? Because it's much easier to have a conversation if somebody's kind of opened the door a little bit, to have that conversation in the first place.
Try remember what their strengths are and try and like play up to those as much as you can, because it's not nice to feel like you're constantly struggling in certain areas. It's nice to sometimes be reminded that you do excel in other areas.
You don't just support someone getting the job done, you have to support them mentally, physically, whatever way you need to do it.
Talking about it is the first stage. You can go and see your employee reps, you can go and speak to someone on HR, it's all completely confidential.
What I really need from my boss and colleagues is just that sense of treating me like, you know, I'm Andy. I'm not Andy with a disability. I can do the job just as well as anyone else, and I want to get to that point where they just don't see the disability, they forget about it.
I think if we want to get to this place that is more inclusive, where everybody feels comfortable, all of us kind of need to be prepared to get a little bit uncomfortable along the way.
Just before moving on to my concluding slide, let me just highlight just a couple of things might not have been immediately apparent from that video. Firstly, huge range of disabilities and impairments, from a producer-director who had no arms at all. Not easy working out on site, but he was able to do it. Continuity announcer, who, to all intents and purposes, is blind. Chap called John Allison, who is Executive Creative Director at our in-house agency for creative, has a condition called ADHD. He's written a really interesting article. If you Google beautiful weirdos wanted, not an easy one for me to say, beautiful weirdos wanted, it talks about how his ADHD has actually been supercharging his creativity. And although it's a disability, it's actually brought enormous value into the workplace. It comes back to the difference and how diversity drives creativity. So, let me just conclude. Channel 4 challenges the world to see disability in a different way. We take practical steps to opening TV to those people who might be excluded, both those watching it and those working in it. We need diverse talents, and we can't afford to turn away or lose people who are disabled. And with the disability strategy that we've now put in place, we've got a pretty solid approach to getting it right. Thank you very much for your time.
So much, Graham. You can see, I really urge as many of you as I can to go and check out Channel 4. As a broadcaster, what they have done is so unique and has so far-reaching impact. And yes, they have run incredible campaigns, but for me, what's so interesting about Channel 4 is not only are they reframing the way we understand and see disability in the media, but the appointment of Graham Whippy internally into Channel 4 as a consultant, because Graham is a rock star at this, means they are taking that seriously right throughout the business. This man is really, really one of those people who makes stuff happen. So a huge round of applause to Graham Whippy. I urge you to get in touch with him. He really is, I believe, one of the rock star consultants. So a big thank you. Now, for all of you, you need to leave the room. You need to shake energy into your bones. I need you back in here at 6:20. The tech show will be finished at 7:30. Then you get food. So bring all of your energy out of the room, fuel up, and get all of your energy back in here for 6:20 to 6:30. And we'll start off with a bit of a good vibe song to keep us going. So back in here 6:20 to 6:30, and then we'll be finished at 7:30. Thank you all. Okay, do you want to take cards and I'll get you out of here? He has to leave here in 5 minutes. So I'm from Turkey. How's it going?
How are you going?
I'm good.
But I wanted to take.
Hello, how are you? Oh, no, that's my fault, not yours. Don't worry.
State napraviti. sie das erzählt hat. Und ich habe dann gar nicht mehr geschalten. Und jetzt habe ich nur gedacht so, hä? Jetzt in der Essl kommt morgen, nicht heute.
Oh, das war nichts.
Ja.
Ms. Yeah, I know. Oh. Okay. I hope everybody's going to start coming into this room. Shall I go outside and start shouting? was a very successful part of our conference last year, and it's a brilliant way to see where technology is really enabling and empowering. So we are delighted to have you here, and thank you for those of you who have stayed with us. It's fantastic to have you. So you're all very, very welcome. This is my co-host, Wilfred, and
Hello.
we will also be co-hosting the Oscars of Awards tomorrow, will we not?
Exactly, yes.
Excellent. Okay, so take it away. Off you go.
All right. Thank you very much to come to the technology show. You know that the topic of the Zero Conference 2017 is employment, work, vocational education and training. And we have been overwhelmed by the responses of our call for innovative practices and innovative policies. We had a very successful technology show and exhibition last year, so we thought we will include also this year assistive technology and ICT. Tonight, we would like to show you 10 different technologies which we think are outstanding, and we will have a big impact on the community.
Now, I know it's been a long day for everyone, and you're all probably starving, and you've had a lot of conversation and a lot of content. So we have a very fast-paced format. You've all been given a short amount of time with a lot of energy. But as I say again, please, please, please go and visit our exhibitors outside over the next 2 days, because they would love to talk to you and share their projects, because you're only going to get a very short amount of time with either of them. So Wilfred, shall we begin?
Yes, let us start with the first project. Catherine Townsend is here from Barclays, and we are looking forward to your presentation.
Thanks, Wilfred. Hi, everybody, and it's great to be back here again. This time last year, I was presenting sign language interpretation, technology innovation, but I'm back this year with something quite different and something that you can all get access to very easily. So last April, we launched a public website that would encourage businesses to consider their needs of their disabled consumers and also, crucially, disabled workforce. I think Daniela Bas said it best this morning, actually, when she said, unity gives us strength. So Barclays, you might think of us as a bank for personal customers for your day-to-day banking, but obviously we have the corporate side of this business, and we bank many, many tens of thousands of businesses, from your local bakery through to multinational global organizations. And through those relationships, we have a huge opportunity to share our passion for accessibility and some of the insights that we've learned along the way. So last April, we were able to launch a new website that would allow us to share in a digital format some of these learns from our journey of making Barclays an accessible and inclusive employer and service provider. So what you can see behind me now is a live demo of the site. This is actually the main website. So it's barclayscorporate.com. This is the main website you'll go to if you're a large organisation and you bank with Barclays. And I'm very pleased that as of last week, we now have a brand new feature right on the homepage. This is how much our business teams really value accessibility, that they've put us right on the homepage. So I can click through. So the idea of this is that you don't even have to bank with Barclays. If you own a business, small, medium, large, global, doesn't matter, and you've heard about accessibility and you're thinking, well, where do I start? What do I do? We've created free resources to help on that journey. We've called it Making Your Business Accessible, and it's broken down into 5 main sections. Getting started, inclusive workplaces, inclusive customer service, inclusive design, and collaboration and knowledge sharing, something that all of us through Zero Project know a lot about, knowledge sharing. So this is the homepage. I'm not going to obviously show you all the content. There's lots on here. We took as our starting point our journey of accessibility, but we know that a lot of people might not, it might not resonate with them to think about banking or banks. They're like, well, you know, what does my business have to do with a global bank? So we've tried to incorporate a lot of different case studies from different organisations, from football stadiums, telecommunications organisations, and even a bathrooms company. So once we go down to the first section, we've got inclusive workplaces. And here it really just starts to really plant the seed from a lot of the conversations that you've had today. Why is a diverse workforce important, and how can you start to think about setting out on that journey of inclusion or moving forward if you're already on that journey. And we've referenced here, obviously, a lot of the partners that we work with. We're by no means an expert. We've learned quite a bit along the way, but we're not experts ourselves. So we link through to those organisations like Leonard Cheshire, who are here today, Time to Change, and different people to pull on those different resources, and we link through to that content. Very quickly, we've got inclusive customer service as well, thinking about the Purple Pound and the disabled consumer market. How can you start to make sure that if you own a business, you're not restricting and putting barriers in the way of people? Inclusive design, we've got some great content on here as well. If you're thinking about building systems, how do you make sure that they're inclusive for everybody? And collaboration and knowledge sharing. So you might recognise there. A very famous lady in the middle, Susan Scott Parker. She was supporting one of our very early events. So this is a free website. It's available to everybody, and we really hope that people will share it. We're not, getting anything from it. It's really about sharing our journey with others and inspiring people to do more on accessibility and inclusion. Thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you. Please, a round of applause. Catherine, two questions. How many people use it? Do you have some experiences, some figures already?
Yeah, so we launched it last April, and it has grown. We're seeing the numbers rise. We've had 4,000 page views so far, so it's not going viral yet, but that's a really good start, and we're seeing that really ramp up now, and week on week we're seeing higher usage.
Okay, and what would be the next steps for the future?
We don't want people just to use this and look at it once and think, well, that's great, but we want to make it a really interactive site where we publish new content. We actually bring people together in a community and a network and can do notifications when new content goes out. So we want to make it an interactive site going forward where people invested and interested in this topic can get together.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. Big round of applause. Thank you.
Thank you. Barclays is the bank that just keeps giving, because you were here last year as well. I'm just waiting for another innovation to come out of you, so congratulations for all the work you've done. Now, we have Anne from Belgium from Viamigo. So the University of Gestalt has developed this tool where an individual can be monitored by a personal coach in real time from a distance. So would you please tell me exactly what this is all about?
Yeah, of course. I will you present Mike, as you can see here in the picture. Mike is 28 years old. He lives in the city of Hasselt in Belgium together with his parents, and he works in a small company in his neighborhood. He really wants to go to his work by bus, but his parents won't let him travel alone. They are worried because they know that Mike easily panics when something unexpectedly happens. So this is why we created Viamigo. Viamigo is a personal monitoring instrument by which persons can travel independently, but they will be monitored by a coach from a distance. The coach can be a family member, a caregiver, a friend, or somebody else. The person can make the trip independently. The person will, together with his coach, determine which trips that he wants to make. And they can also set some preferences for notifications for the coach. For example, they can set some preferences that the coach will receive a message when the user is standing still for 5 minutes, when he is deviating from more than 50 meters from his path, when he is entering a dangerous zone, and so on. And maybe you can show it on the phone here as well. As you can see it here. Here we have the home screen of the coach. Here we have the home screen of the coach, and you can see that the coach will here monitor several users. We see that Jane, who has a red dot with her, maybe there is something wrong because there's an alarm. If we go to Jane, we can see that she is following a road, and we can see the road that we created on the website, and we can see that she now is in a dangerous zone. We can see all the notification, and the coach will also automatically get a notification on his smartphone when something is wrong. The only thing that the user has to do, if it's
it's the green button.
Yeah. Yeah, okay. So the only thing that the user has to do is select on his smartphone the trip that he wants to make. Then the coach will also receive a notification that the user wants to start the trip. If the coach accepts this, the user gets a green thumb and he knows, okay, I am able to start my trip and I know that my coach will monitor me from a distance. We think that ViaMigo can contribute to a more social inclusion of persons with disabilities. If you are interested, please visit our stand of ViaMigo, because we think that not only Mike, but also many others can travel independently with ViaMigo.
Congratulations. So, can you just tell us the profile of the people that are currently using ViaMigo?
Initially, it was developed for persons with intellectual disabilities, but we are also doing some pilot projects with some special needs school children, and we also think that for elderly with beginning dementia, it can also be very useful.
So it's really looking at the whole idea of universal design, starting a specific design but making it available to everyone.
Yeah.
So on that point, how can we get ViaMigo? Do we buy it? Do we download it?
In a few weeks it will be available on the market in Flanders and Belgium. We are also interested to expand it to other regions, so therefore we are looking for strategic partnerships.
So we're looking for strategic partnerships here, okay? True?
Yeah.
Congratulations, ViaMigo.
Thank you.
Over to you, Wilfred.
Thank you. The next technology is called ORCAM. It's from Israel, and it's an advanced wearable assistive technology solution. A miniature smart camera converts visual information into spoken word. Ilya, we're very excited. Please.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Eliav, and I'm here from ORCAM, all the way from Israel. Now, for those of you who are local, you'll know what this says. For the rest of you, I'll translate. It says, you go to the Viennese cafe if you want to be alone, but you need company. And I think for the individuals in the room and in the world for whom reading isn't something that they can do on their own, whether they have a visual disability or a reading disability, ORCAM provides for them very much this experience of wanting to be alone and yet having some company that really makes a meaningful difference. So ORCAM is a wearable, intuitive device. It's a smart camera that mounts on almost any pair of glasses. And I'm holding it here. You have a camera and an earpiece that just discreetly fits on your face, connected to a small pocket-sized computing unit, base unit that has the computer and the battery. And the usage is incredibly simple and intuitive. When we were developing ORCAM, we thought, how can we make something that doesn't need very many buttons? So we put only 3 buttons on it, a power button, a volume button, and an all-purpose trigger button, or as it's known here, Aktivierungstaste. And we have a very unique interface that is based on artificial intelligence technology that we developed from the ground up over the past 6.5 years. This is truly breakthrough technology and is a unique example of a company, a private company, that has invested a tremendous amount of resources in creating something that is both, in terms of the technology breakthrough and cutting edge, really the best OCR in the world and incredibly sophisticated facial recognition technology into a user interface that's designed for accessibility. And the number one thing that people told us they wanted was access to information. There's so much written information around us in the world that simply isn't accessible to people who can't see it. And so I'll show you how it works. All I have to do, I'm holding a Zero Project pamphlet here, all I have to do is point. And the camera recognizes the gesture and begins to read.
The Zero Project is not just about research, it is about change. That sets its mission for us. It is the differences that does it.
And with a simple stop gesture, I stop the reading. And face recognition is very difficult to demonstrate in a large room like this. But it works very much the same way. As soon as a face comes into view, ORCAM AI will recognize the person and say their name immediately. If it doesn't know them, it'll just say one person or 2 people are in front of you. And really what ORCAM AI is able to do is give independence, because you can go to the supermarket and you can pick an item off the shelf using our product recognition technology. Holding this box of Captain Crunch is very simple, even if the text is stylized and there's a lot of imagery. A quick voice memo from a pre-entered product into the OrCam's database, it will say the name of what it is, allowing people to explore the world, live in their environment, find work, all independently. So it can read, it's intuitive, it's portable, it can recognize faces, and mostly it's small and wearable and extremely reliable. These are the basics of OrCam My Eye, and I invite you all to come visit us afterwards and try it out to see for yourself. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'll have two questions. Where is OrCam available and in what languages?
Yeah, thank you very much. That's a good question. So today at the Zero Project Conference, we're very proud to be demonstrating OrCam in 5 languages. It's available in 6 languages today throughout the world: English, German, French, Spanish, Italian, and Hebrew, of course. And one of our goals for 2017 is to expand the reach and develop OCR capabilities for additional languages and go through a deep regionalization process that will allow us to reach some of the, a larger part of the 300 million people in the world that really need this type of accessible technology.
Very good. What is the price now? And does the price change if there is more sales and critical mass is reached?
It's a good question. The price changes depending on what country you're in.
Yeah, okay.
Here in Austria, it costs 3,500 euros before tax, and this is a similar price point translated into other places and currencies in the world. Today the company is focusing on creating the next version of our software and the next version of our hardware, continually improving. We have over 100 people working on this every day. The vast majority of them are computer scientists that specialize in artificial intelligence and computer vision technology. So in the near future, the price point is not going to change, but what will change and help people to bring OrCam into their lives is the participation of the government and insurance sector. So today, in the United States, for example, in the state of California, the Department of Rehabilitation will purchase an OrCam for someone who has the ability to use OrCam in order to find or keep their job. And we have examples such as this throughout the world, and we at OrCam are investing in creating the possibilities for people everywhere to receive the independence that OrCam II gives them without any monetary barriers.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you. I have to say that is something that I would love. It's not cheaper here at the conference by any chance to buy them, no? Special price. We have Barbara here from the Speech Code technology, which adds offline audio format to any printed information via smart data code and a free app. So can you tell us a little bit more, Barbara?
Yes, thank you. Speech code basically is a medium to add audio format to any printed information, following the multisensory principle in information access. Because it is a fact that since the invention of the printing press, script has become the most commonly used method to provide information. It's everywhere, always, and it's getting more and more. And because it's getting more and the space often is not getting more, the script is getting smaller and smaller. So that means that to access printed information, you need the ability to see and you need the ability to read. And when we did research, we found out that demographic statistics actually say that every second citizen in the European Union has difficulties in accessing printed information, whether these are visual issues, cognitive issues, reading capabilities, difficulties with languages. So we are not talking about a minority here. We are actually talking about a big challenge to any community, to any producer of products, how he will reach his customers if currently he only reaches half of them. and the other half is just left out. So our approach was also clear that the solution for all these people will be an audio format. And that goes beyond developing an auxiliary tool for blind people only. We are really talking about making information access more comfortable. Because as a consumer, I must say I pay money and then I get information provided like this. And I need my glasses up and down, and the only reason why it's so small is because there isn't more space. So we said, okay, how can we change that and provide something that does not cost a fortune so that it is possible for everyone to use? And we came up with a data code. It's printable, it's colored, it's very easy to create. Each one of you can do it and try it out today, tonight, tomorrow. It works very easily and quickly. You enter the text online in an account, press a button, out comes a code, and the code is then scanned by the user offline, because all the data is in the code directly. This has various advantages, one of them being that the data privacy of the user can be guaranteed. The second is that there is not always internet connectivity or phone connectivity, or if there is, it very often isn't free of charge, for example, if you are traveling abroad. So once the user scans that code with the free app, he immediately gets the text shown on the display and read out, which you can see here.
Output right away. Offline access means that there are no data privacy issues, a network-independent availability, and no costly and complicated production processes. This makes speech code.
Okay, I will not let the code complete my presentation. I'll continue myself. So that being said, as a printed data code, it's really suitable for mass production. And our goal is that eventually multisensory information access will become a standard on everything, on products, on signage, on documents, because we think it should not be the consumer who has to go about and find a way to access information. It should be those who provide the information who make sure that everybody can actually access it. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I love this. This is fantastic. I have a question for you. Who currently bears the cost of this? So who pays for it?
Those who produce the codes and put it on their products or on their documents.
So the producer of this,
yes,
they would pay for it? Okay.
Yes.
And how many languages currently do you have this in?
It's available currently in 42 languages.
How long have you been doing this?
We use TTS, a text-to-speech engine, and we work with Nuance because they are a big American company that constantly add additional languages, because we felt if we want to have it on food products, this is a global business. It has to have as many languages as possible so that there are no more excuses why it's not happening in China or here or there. So we went for the text-to-speech engine supplier who could offer the most languages.
Well, congratulations. That is some achievement.
Thank you.
Well done. Thanks, Barbara.
Thank you. By the way, Barbara and Speech Code, they also put this is not a small Warhol, but this is the Speech Code on your name tag. So you can download the app and try it or get some more information at their stand. Next to me is Dominic. Dominic is from MenuSpeak, and they use iBeacon technology, which I think needs some explanation. Dominic, please.
Okay, thank you. Hi, everybody. My name is Dominic, and I'm one of the founders of Mopius. And today I've got a really great product for you. But first of all, I would like to set the scene. So imagine that you're a visually impaired person, but a really tech-savvy one. You know, someone who elevates technology to make everyday life a little bit easier. And you just want to go out and grab a cup of coffee and cake at one of those beautiful traditional Viennese coffee shops. So what are some of the challenges you will be facing? One major challenge will be how am I going to reach the menu card? Most likely, you will be seeking assistance from a waiter or waitress, but at times those coffee shops can be quite busy, and you will get only limited assistance and a limited insight into the menu card. And we here at Mobius don't want you to miss out on a delicious menu item. So that's why we came up with Menu Speak. As said before, Menu Speak utilizes iBeacon technology. So whenever you come to a Menu Speak enabled business, like a coffee shop or a restaurant or a bar, you will get a push notification on your phone, and you just tap that notification and an application, an Android or an iOS application will open. This is made possible by proximity technologies such as iBeacon. Here we have a beacon like this, it's just so small. You just put 1 or 2 in your business and you're covered. And that triggers, when this comes in touch with your phone, you will get that notification. And once you open the app, you have an entire digital menu in the palm of your hand with all its neat features. So this app is not just beautifully designed, it's also designed with accessibility in mind. It's been designed with visually impaired people, and all the data is structured in a similar way across multiple menus. Another neat feature is that you can get detailed information about a menu item in your native language. So this basically means that it's also great for tourism or businesses that cater to international customers. And for those businesses that can't provide the content in every possible language, we have an auto-translate feature that closes that gap. So the bottom line is that MenuSpeak offers great accessibility. It supports more than 54 languages. It has all the advantages of digitalized content. The businesses just log into the MenuSpeak cloud and then they can manage the content and get additional benefits like statistics to find out more about their users. And all of this is based on the Mobius Engagement Proximity Platform, our all-in-one solution for providing content based on location and context. We are very early stage at this point, but we've been lucky to get some really great customers, and in our early trial, customers like Hardware Café, Café Landmann, Café Prickel, but most of them, or all of them, are in Vienna, and we're constantly looking for new customers, also on a global stage. Because we believe that everyone should have easy access to data and information, but for this to happen, we just need your help. When you think that this might be of interest for your business, or you know someone that could help us strategically, please just get in touch with us. We also have a booth out there. Just stop by and say hi, and we will demo the system to you. Thank you very much. My name is Dominic, and let's make this a better place for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Dominic. Where can I buy your product?
Where you can buy the product?
Yes.
So we have our website, www.menuspeak.at, and there you can get in touch with us. Like we said, we are in an early stage right now. There's no official sign-up process at this point, but it will be coming within the next couple of months, 3 months, something like that, then where it's really open to the public. Right now we're collecting feedback, and we want to make this open to everyone as soon as possible.
Is there a cost associated?
There will be a cost associated. Our current customers that help us, gathering all the feedback, can test it for a certain time for free.
Okay. And afterwards?
Afterwards, it will be depending on how big your business is going to be, or how big your business is, but it's not going to be super expensive because we know it has to be affordable. So restaurants and businesses implement it. So we're talking about 50 to 150 euros a month, for example.
Wonderful. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Thanks, Dominic. To me, that is your product is a beginning with an accessibility, but it's real inclusion with this multilingual approach. Just a thought: international hotels and their menus. Just
yeah, we also have some hotels in our customer trial,
yeah.
And we are also, you know, targeting tourist groups and so on. So this is not solely for the visually impaired.
Yeah, it's brilliant. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So now we have Roe from Sesame. So Sesame's technology utilizes the built-in standard camera found in all of our smartphones and tablets to track the user's head movements, allowing full control over the device. So Roe, over to you. Tell us what's going on. Oh, okay. Sorry about that. That's well briefed.
Switch on the mic. Thank you.
Okay. So we created the world's first touch-free smartphones and tablets for people who have limited or no use of their hands. We were founded by a quadriplegic engineer who wanted a smartphone that he could order flowers secretly for his wife without using her assistance in doing that. And a computer vision expert who up until then was developing games. And we've been disrupting the assistive technology space for the past few years. And I want to share with you the problem we are trying to solve. About 15 years ago, a very big revolution occurred, the mobile revolution. And everyone here, I can see you peeking on your screens and checking your Twitter or Facebook or the news or the weather for tomorrow. Our whole world now is managed through these small devices, a smartphone or a tablet. Unfortunately, maybe most of our social interactions are done via a smartphone, through social media, through a phone call. And we have about 30 million people around the world who have been completely left out of this revolution just because they are unable to touch a touch screen. And this can be people who were born with a condition that doesn't allow them to touch a touch screen, or people who have developed a condition like that. People with ALS, with multiple sclerosis, Parkinson's, cerebral palsy, or even temporary conditions. They're bedridden because of an operation, or they had a stroke, and they're regaining their ability to move their hands. And the way we do that, as was very well explained, we use a standard Android device. We use the standard camera already built into the device to track a user's head movement, and through that, control anything on that device. So they can download any app, they can perform any action anyone else would have done with their hands, just using their head movement. We have additional technology that allows connection to existing wheelchair joysticks, for example, and some dedicated voice commands that allow turning on the device. So if I would say, open sesame, the device starts up, and I don't know if you can see it on the camera, but without touching the device, the phone starts up and searches for a face that can be used to control a very handsome picture of me. And from here on, I can control the cursor on the screen without touching it. I can swipe. And perform any action I wish, from playing games and sharing my scores on social media, to interacting with peers, to making a phone call, or something simple as declining a phone call that I don't wish to answer, to doing my homework or reading the curriculum for the university. And I think the best way to share with you what our technology does is to tell you a story of Giora Livnei, who's our co-founder. He was constricted to his home since his accident. For 8 years, he didn't leave his home and was completely disconnected from everyone. And now he's an active member of the company. He does our financials. He attends meetings. He answers emails. He works with corporations. And he does everything from his smart device. And there's Alex Friedman, who founded an NGO in Israel to fight for the rights of people with disabilities. And he launched a very, very successful social media campaign and connected with parliament members all through Sesame without us even knowing he's one of our users. The video that you're about to see, the audio is not important. You can turn down the audio. Is the story You can just play it. Never mind. The video shows the story of several people who, through a very, very exciting project we had in Israel, where our technology was distributed for free to anyone who needed it, through very generous funding by Google.org and a cooperation with a local NGO, Beit Izi Shapiro, who are also here, we were able to give out our technology for free to anyone who needs it, including training, including everything they need to use it. And obviously on our end, allowed us to know our users better and make our technology a lot more accessible and easy to use. So as Rick Frame, one of our first users, likes to say, finally he has a smartphone that he can use. Thank you.
Thank you. You know, it's so interesting finally hearing somebody talking about that there's 30 million people through smartphone who are actually excluded. And we all think that technology is instantly enabling, but this is a part where you're showing it isn't for everyone, and that's why this product's so important. For us now, for those, can I buy this? Is this now on the market easily for us, and how much does that actually cost?
Okay, so it's an app only, so if you have a compatible device, any Android device running Android 7 and up, you can go to the Play Store, download it, and start using it. You get a month free to try it out, to contact us, get the technical support you need to get you started, and then you pay a subscription fee, a monthly subscription fee.
And so for you, what will success look like for the company?
Well, there are lots of stories from a person getting back to work after leaving his business. He managed a business of creating booths, much similar to what we have outside here. He stopped working for 5 years because of ALS, and through our technology, got back to managing his business, criticizing his employees on the quality of their work, to people that are able to be left alone for a few hours a day because they have a means of communicating if they need assistance. Or children playing a game, showing off. One of the most exciting stories was a small child who was in a car accident when he was 1 year old, and half an hour after we brought him a phone, he showed off videos on YouTube to his little brother. And that was the first time he was able to do something active for his younger brother. And that was just exciting.
So that's like he was the same as his brother.
Yeah.
Yeah. I love it. It's a story that began with somebody wanting to buy somebody a bouquet of roses. So congratulations. It's a fantastic story. Thanks a million, Rory.
Thank you very much.
Ivan, next to me, is from Spain, and he will present a tablet application that facilitates communication between a tutor and the pupil, as I understand. Please.
Thank you. Yes, I'm going to present ECATIC, supported employment using ICT. This is an idea promoted and founded by Essl Foundation and developed by Union Technology and Accessibility. And as you said, it's an accessible app for tablets, for iPads so far, conceived as a tool for supported employment. It was developed under the Universal Design Principles, and it provides a guide for workers with disabilities in order to achieve a better and more effective inclusion in the labor market of certain profiles of workers with disabilities. It allows universal accessibility through personalization. It's also it's capable to be adapted to different user needs and preferences, improves the user experience through technology. And the target users initially are those included in the Spanish legislation Royal Decree for Supported Employment, which includes people with cerebral palsy, with intellectual disabilities, with mental disabilities, also with hearing impairments. But as I said, it's an accessible application, so it can be used by everyone, every worker with special support needs. Which are the advantages of ECATIC? Why? It's an appealing ICT device for supporting users that brings together the tasks, the resources, everything that the worker can need. Also allows real-time communication between the job coach and the workers, improving the communication among them. And we have demonstrated that using a state-of-art technology, we can even mitigate the social stigma of some profiles of users, specifically, for example, those with mental disabilities, and at the same time increase the users' motivation and autonomy. So ECATIC, it's a solution available as an application for iPad, but also a web tool. It's an accessible website initially intended for the job coaches and the support people to prepare the tasks and the work plans for the users, creating the task and so on in the computer, but also the app for iPad intended for the workers as a tool for guiding them on how to perform the tasks, also for the job coaches to interact with the users and control and monitor the performance. So job coaches, workers, and support person can use ECATIC both in the tablet or in the website. So just let me show you the interface for workers. It's a very easy to use and intuitive interface with a few icons. The tasks for today that explain how to perform the task with images, videos, or text, whatever the worker can need. The calendar with all the tasks for the week, the contacts of their colleagues, supported resources that they can need to perform the tasks, maps with locations, alerts, and also the possibility to contact with the job coach in case of help by using a video call or the email. And the interface for the job coaches is to create the task, managing the users, assigning tasks, monitoring the performance of the users, and so on. So, well, this is a quick view of ECATIC. If you want further information, you can visit the web page, even registration, because it's for free for organizations, or just send us an email or come to visit the stand outside.
Wonderful, thank you. Ivan, how many people are using it at the moment?
Currently, there are 50 organizations of people with disabilities in Spain using it, and that means about 200 users among workers, job coaches, and support peers.
And to talk amongst them, okay. What's the plans for the future? What's the next step for ECATIC?
Yeah, as I said, now it's available in iOS for iPad and in the website, but the plan is to develop it also in other operating systems like Android and Windows Mobile and so on, adapted also for mobile devices for the telephone. So with this approach, every worker, every job coach will be able to use ECATIC in the device or platform that they can need depending on the place, the job, or whatever. Currently, it's available in Spanish. The English version is almost ready to be launched. And we are also open to prepare it in other languages if it's demanded. And also, we have plans also to adapt it to educational environment.
Wonderful. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ivan. Okay, so our next technology comes again from Israel. I really believe Israel is having a great year at the Zero Conference this year. Yeah. I tell you, you're everywhere this year. Anyway, Isha, you're very, very welcome to teach us and to take us through what STEP here does. But for a little bit of a summary, STEP here integrates to a high technology system and permits the user connect with a transportation system. I would love that. A traffic light system or an ATM. So would you tell us all about it?
I'll be glad to. Okay. The challenge that we deal with is that blind, visually impaired people have difficult to manage around the areas that they don't know, that is not familiar with them. So when they come to a new place, they have the services and the point of interest around them. They don't know exactly what there is, and where is everything around them. And the main problem is how to get to the location that they want independently, without to ask anybody around. So the way that we found is the best. Most of the society use smartphone, like we all do, we heard here. With one application, we enable you to remove the variety of barriers around you for the visually impaired. First, with the STEP here, it's an audio information and orientation. And call here is for call for assistance or gate or door opener, traffic light audio system, and real-time public transportation communication with the driver, not only to tell you which bus is the next one. The step here system is a new universal all-in-one, a wayfinding, information and orientation by vocal messaging system. It's a speaker you can operate it by smartphone with Bluetooth communication or a special device that we supply, some activator. The step-here system is based on the Bluetooth and RF. And from the left, you can see the base unit. This is the speaker, and the smartphone and the activator. The base unit can be powered from main supply or solar panel. It's for user guidance system for visual or any general information system, any other place. This is one sample of how it in the interest for hotel. The user for the step here, it has many users, and we can find, or the user can think about many others, for public places, transportation, traffic light audio system, information terminals, ATMs, any other things that you can think about. This is an example how the transportation is working. The PTR 600 is communicated with the fleet management system to give real-time information to the passenger, text-to-speech, and inform the bus driver that the visually impaired person is waiting for him on the next bus station. So this is to close the circle for the user. The way it works, when a blind person gets into the station, he triggers and he gets announced about all the lines, next lines in the station. When he chooses one line, the driver immediately gets a notice on his dashboard that a visually impaired waiting for him on the next bus station. And he must stop there and give him the time to get up. And when the blind person gets into the bus and he wants to get down, again, he presses on the application, he chooses the next station that he wants to get down, and the bus driver gets a notice, please let me down, give me the time to do it on my time, not on your time. The other function, the option that we use it, is audio signal and crosswalk. One of the main difficult problems is to cross a road. So the application is communicate with the system that inside the pole, and when it recognizes the application, the speaker inside the pole is telling the visually impaired where you are and what is dangerous, whatever you decided to tell him on this specific point. The call here system is for get help in all kinds of places. This is a general application. When a person gets into a new place, or bank, or hotel, or restaurant, at the entrance, he can call for help from inside the place. This is a chime that next to the cashier or next to the office inside. He gets a sign. He can press a button or operate it from the application. So the features that can be used from this is calling for assistance or opening barriers, gates, locked doors. Some doors we have code inside. You can overhead it and use it, or open the garage, whatever function you think. This is some variety of items. This is, again, you can operate the door from far away and don't have to press the code. Thank you for helping us to create a more independent living environment for people with special needs.
Thank you very much. Okay, so I would love this product, for particularly when I was traveling and when I go to places that I don't know very well. Is this now commercial? Can I get this commercially? How can we buy it?
I don't think you want to buy it. Everybody who has university, hotels, banks, supermarkets,
So
they have to buy it.
Ah, they purchase it.
Yes.
Okay.
The hospital, they have to buy it. They put it in specific points in the building.
Yeah.
And then the person that takes the application for free from the App
Love
Store.
that business model.
No.
Yeah.
For the person, it's free.
For us, it's free. Okay.
Yes. Okay.
Well, I love it. Thank you very, very much, and really look forward to seeing
you.
this. Thank you, Essl.
The next technology is from Austria. It's called Capito. And it's an application which allows easy-to-read communication via a QR code. Walpurga, please.
Okay. So do you hear me?
Yes?
Do you know the feeling of being absolutely confused because of incomprehensive information? It's painful, isn't it? I don't know the information policy of authorities and companies in your country, but for Austria, I can say it's nearly impossible to understand a governmental order or the terms and conditions of an insurance company, for instance. Nevertheless, mostly we all accept this style of information, hoping there will be no negative consequences for us. But for people with learning difficulties, it has negative consequences every day. And from time to time, even for you and me. Therefore, I'm sure we shouldn't accept this style of information anymore. We should, and we can change it. And that's our solution, the Capito app. Let us say you receive a governmental notification like this one. No? Like this one. Hardly to understand. You simply take the Capito app. Doesn't work. You simply take the Capito app and get the core information of this notification on a very easy to read level, suitable for everyone. Those who want to read the document in detail can decide for themselves on which complexity level. Please, it's the same picture like here. Those who want to read the document in detail, so they can decide for themselves on which complexity level they want to read it, from a very easy to read level A1 up till the plain language level on B1. The Capito app is not only for such bone-dry information like governmental notifications, but also for information about inspiring people like these two. You know, they are really famous. They have done great things. A pity. Would anybody leave the ongoing conference without being well informed about the activities of Gerda and Martin Essl? Well, No, it doesn't work. Here you are. Sorry. Well, here you are. Information on different levels about the Essl Foundation, suitable for everyone and accessible for everybody. All you need is a smartphone, tablet or computer and internet connection once. And of course, we all need authorities and companies who are willing to provide an easy-to-read translation of their information. So if you get inspired now and want to know how the Capito app works, this guy you have seen before, will be happy to show you some practice and give you answers to your questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
It's very good.
Walburga, is the application commercially available, or how can people concerned get it?
Yeah. So it's a B2B social business. Our customers are the authorities, the companies, the NGOs. For example, the Tyrolean energy firm TIVAC, so it's the official energy firm from the province Tyrol, is our customer. They put all documents to all Tyrolean clients of them with this QR code. So if you apply for power in Tyrol, you will get the information in easy to read via QR code and can understand what they want to have from you.
Very good. And are the people come to look for you, or you look after, companies, institutions, public offices in order to use it?
So we are looking for the companies, but they also find us because they find it a very great solution.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Now for our final technology innovation of the evening, we have Lisa and Lamar from Israel. They're going to tell us about Language People, which has developed a technology that enables to communicate effectively over video conference technology with deaf and people of hard hearing. So Lisa and Lamar, dying to hear what you got.
Thank you so much, everybody, and thank you for being patient with us to go through this long evening. Language People is a 29-year-old company that was founded by an ex-UN interpreter, and I think he'd be really proud to know that I was here today helping to share part of his vision. Language People works with deaf people throughout the world, but especially in the United States, who are characterized as having the right to communication access anywhere they go in public, whether that's a government building or a police and fire interaction, or in a hospitality situation, walking into a bank, going to a restaurant, etc. The technology that we have is covered by 2 intellectual property patents on video conferencing technology. In 2008, we realized that deaf people walking into a hospital or an emergency situation would not have the luxury of having a wonderful gentleman like this up on stage come to the aid to help explain that they were dying of a heart attack or bleeding out and that they needed immediate care. So we began creating technology that would help link video conferencing, because deaf people use a visual language, not an auditory language. This video communication software allows us to immediately connect an interpreter in with a deaf person regardless of where they are. See if I can use this button. One of the things that a lot of people are not aware of, but we did see a great slide from one of the other presenters, is when you looked at that pie chart of how many people are not able to access textual language due to language difficulties and due to the ability to read a written language, approximately half of the people in any given country do not read the language that is their given written language if they are deaf. So for instance, in the United States, the statistic is that over half of the deaf read English at below a 3rd grade reading level. So any documents and anything like that that are prepared for deaf people are not understandable to them. We actually know deaf people that will go to a relative, take their mail, and have it explained to them. We are in the process of putting together a workforce of individuals who are bilingual in sign language and in written languages to translate material from a written language into a signed language so that these individuals can grasp the things that we hearing folks are normally getting in the form of like a home contract, a car rental application, a hotel rules and regulations of no smoking and how much you're going to be charged for that. All of those documents are beyond the reading level of over half of the deaf they're presented to. Our video conferencing technology, which I'm hoping I'll be able to show to you, if we can get the wireless to work, allows us to put video conferencing technology on a tablet, a Windows device, or on a mobile device. In the United States, what I found was that although deaf people have the right to have an interpreter whenever they walk into a building, it's about a 90% chance that there won't be an interpreter there. So we came up with the idea of putting an interpreter on the deaf person's device rather than trying to hope that it would be on the device of the hospital or the policeman or fireman. So what happens now is if a deaf person walks into a bank or a hospital or has an encounter with a police or fire department official, if they do not have communication there, they simply hit a button on their phone and our app comes up.
Can you turn it to me, to the camera?
Can you turn it that way so he can see it? And the buttons are very intuitive and simple. And with one touch of a button, we go into a video conferencing call. There's a live interpreter there who explains to the fire department person or the hospital person that there's an interpreter available to communicate with this deaf person. I don't know if we'll be able to reach someone because we're very wireless dependent on this device. What we are doing has groundbreaking effects, especially in the United States. We're putting our devices, our software on a point of sale system all over our country and into other countries in cooperation and collaboration with point of sale software companies. Anywhere you see a tablet in a consumer environment, our software can be there so that a deaf person can access that software and immediately start going through the menus either in translated film or going into a live video call. We are utilizing a similar approach to the individuals who are translating menus in that we are encouraging businesses and agencies to become deaf-friendly. There are two reasons why it's important to translate material into sign language for deaf people. One is because it's the law. The other reason is that it is a marketing. Can you put that way so they can see that? This is one of our interpreters. Hey, Dallas, I don't know if you can hear me. The sound is going through your dad's earphones. So one of our interpreters is a third-generation signer. He learned sign language first, and then he learned English as a baby. But anyway, you can end that. We have been blessed to have our technology riding on a mobile phone on a gurney into a hospital to do open heart surgery. We have had people that I've heard interpreting while people were saying, "Please don't hurt me, I will go quietly," as they were being led by the police. This has just absolutely changed lives. We give deaf people an identification card that they can hand over, like a credit card, to the police or fire department people when they encounter an official, so that that individual knows that this person needs access. We have over 12,000 members right now that we give services to, and we anticipate we will have over 500,000 card-carrying members by the end of this year. We expect that over the next 3 years, we will have 3 to 5 million people who have access to our devices. The only limitation is that right now, when a deaf person is refused services, we pay for that out of our own pocket, and I'm not that wealthy. If I was, we would have more people in the system. So I'm very honored to be here, and thank you to everyone for all the work you're doing.
Thank you. Thank you both. I have two very quick questions I want to ask. So the people that you want to buy it, is it more, like Yashi was saying, that it was the organizations or companies or individuals? So who's your client really?
We have two clients. Deaf consumers, we are actually creating an entire media network for deaf people, kind of like Univision, but over the internet.
Okay.
So we know that these are consumers who want to be treated in a certain way.
Yeah.
So we're building social media and marketing brands for deaf consumers who've really been left out of consumer behavior. But our customers in terms of accessibility are police, fire.
Okay.
And most people don't understand how important it is to include accessibility from a marketing campaign.
No.
The first deaf-friendly restaurant in America got 500,000 Facebook shares in 1 week for putting our software in. They had 3 nights on ABC News, on the LA News. You can't buy that kind of publicity.
No, that's a brilliant
and
story.
deaf people, the first police station got 100,000 Facebook hits in 2 days and said, please take down the notice. We can't handle the volume we're getting. So the first city in America will announce in March that they are completely accessible to deaf should they go into that city office. And we expect to have every media outlet there. They'll be famous for doing that. So the media sharing accessibility is the smartest thing you can do from a media standpoint, and it's also the right thing to do.
Yeah.
So both are all of our customers. All of our customers are not only the people who have accessibility challenges, but the people who love them. Those are the people that we're really, really looking at. And so doing good can be a very, very successful
making business sense.
It's
I mean, this
smart.
is business sense.
It is.
So would you do us a favor and put
Sure.
up those 2 statistics on the Zero Project
Yes.
conference app?
Yes.
And would you please let us know about the city when it goes live? And
We
when
will.
we because this is business sense. It's not just doing the right thing. It's making business sense.
It
So
is.
huge, huge congratulations, Elanco
Oh,
people.
thank you.
Fantastic to have you.
Thank you to all of you.
Well done, Lisa and Lamar.
Thank you.
So we are, we're at the end.
We're done. Empty chairs.
We're done.
Yes.
So the great news is, can I just say a massive round of applause to all of those 10 innovations. When you hear this, I love hearing what the big thing is. These are innovations that are designed for accessibility but have universal application, which is everything we're all trying to say. So these are fantastic, and thank you so much for the energy and passion and for sharing your innovations with us. Now, what we all need to say is you are free to go. There is food outside. I'm sure you're starving. And tomorrow we're starting at 9:30 on the dot, people. We have 2 great keynotes, so I suggest you do not miss them. Go out into the rainy Vienna, have some drinks, have some food, and come back, and we are dying to see you tomorrow. Is there anything else to say?
No, that's it.
Okay, we are finished. Over and out for Wednesday. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Very good. Super.